All right, party people. Party people. This could be the end of survival mode. Let's find out. Okay, we are at the Angler's Den, and we are just finished with exploring this middle area, which has a dangerous moose location, which I believe is pretty much the last place in Ash Canyon to be looking around in. So, what does that mean? It means several things. One, I think it's dark during a blizzard. Yeah. So let's see if we can nap a little bit. But one, it means we are pretty much completely done with this area. And we need to be... Bobby, how did you arrive so quickly? Welcome. I think we're done with the northern areas. And I think what that means is we pretty much just hoover up all of the stuff worth taking from here, bring it back to the base in the south, and there's like two corners over in... What was it called? Where is it? Show me. Not here. Here. The bottom left corner in Forlorn Muskeg, and maybe a little bit on the top to charcoal as well. And I think looking over these maps, that's pretty much the only place we're missing. I don't see anything else that is obviously unsurveyed. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. I make the thing on YouTube. I need to manually make the vertical streaming key. I didn't realize that it actually showed to people before it started. So apologies on that end. But who knows? Maybe it put this in your mind, so perhaps it wasn't the worst thing in the world. Yeah, I don't see anything else really to uncover. Maybe a little bit in the crumbling highway. Yeah, there isn't really anything. Okay, so here's the plan. Here's the current plan. We get all of the good stuff. Are you ever going to post long-form vids? I suppose I need to think of what would be worth making as a long-form video first. If I can think up something, yeah, there's no reason I wouldn't try to put one together. But currently, nothing obvious comes to mind. If I had been recording since the beginning of this survival mode, I guess that might not be a bad thing to do. But unfortunately, I don't think I have the footage from the beginning of this. Okay, now, I was hoping to be a little bit closer to dawn, especially because this place is pitch black. I actually don't know where the door is. Okay, that's actually kind of a problem. So, trunk bed. I suppose, well, passing time wouldn't be the worst thing to do, right? Yeah, when it comes to something long form, it needs a little bit more of a plan, I believe. But we'll see. I suspect that I think we'll get to the challenges today. I think we'll be able to do all the surveying we please and get to the challenges in the survival mode. And maybe those would be a good idea. Something I could, cut together into a more long-form video. Of course, perhaps not the most useful for you, on account of, maybe you'll even see them. When you start a new game or new categories of stream, you can just split your streams into YouTube vids and editing and make a VOD channel for unedited streams. Interesting. Interesting. So I guess like basically take the stream and then edit it down more or less, and then just have raw VODs somewhere else. Yeah, not a bad idea, I think. Okay, so we need to start thinking about exactly what to bring back south. Some things to bring back. Stump remover and saplings.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Let me just pick all this stuff up just to make sure that I don't miss anything. I'm thinking mostly saplings. Okay, so tools, even the woodworking tools. I've only found one other set of woodworking tools. Let's think about that. What else have we got? Don't need actually whetstones. Whetstones we can take back because they're lightweight. Not really anything else in here, is there? No. Watch 3 YouTube vids live. You can edit it to where you post the 3. I see. And 3 videos are more appealing for... Oh, yeah. Yeah, to the... I guess that makes sense. If there's like an obvious sort of chop up section in a stream, that makes sense. Good evening. Love to see a highlights reel of the Long Dark playthrough like this front one, but it's a hell of a lot of work, sadly. Yeah, well, I suppose it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you didn't hit all of them, all of the highlights, as long as you sort of scrubbed through and got most of them. Like I said before, if you make a mistake, who's to know? But yeah, if I was to do that, I'm trying to think of when I started streaming. I think I started streaming...
Something's gotta go.
Right before I got to the Broken Railroad to do all of the smithing for... I started out with a bunch of arrowheads. And so then there was Broken Railroad. I think then we went up to Hushed River Valley. So we went Muskeg, Lake, Town, Valley. Then we came down, did Bleak Inlet. And then we headed north. And I think that's the order of operations in the stream that I have recordings of. So maybe that, maybe I could do something with, what to expect walking into the northern regions blind. All right, so let's think about what we have in different locations. Angler's Den is the most convenient location because it has no climbing ropes. I think we had a bunch of stuff in the Homesteader's Respite, and we had a bunch of stuff at Miner's Folly. If I recall, I think to remake all of our broken arrows, I think we took all of the birch saplings from Homesteader's Respite, and I don't want to bother going up to Miner's Folly. Alternatively, it might be nice to have something of a backup in case we ever come back. You gotta start a new game, start fresh, and stream. Yeah, I mean, so the current plan, yeah, I already mentioned, I suppose. The current plan is finish up a couple of things here, and then I want to check out the challenge modes. So let's actually get started going south. What do we want to do a one-shot here? I guess we'll need some food and water.
It's starting to weigh me
Oh,
down.
also, let's not leave these beautiful, delicious cooking pots. We're not going to be doing any charcoals for a while, so we can drop all of those. What else can we... Oh, I suppose I also have a bunch of pelts that we don't need. Alright. In the trunk. What goes in the trunk? Junk. We'll keep the black bear hide. But the rabbit and wolf pelts we don't need to keep. And all the cured gut we don't need to keep. I didn't realize we were carrying so much reclaimed wood. Okay. The wood can get dropped. In fact, all of the wood can get dropped. Drop all. Wait. I'm confused. Did I just... I thought we were carrying like 52 kilograms and it went up to 54. How did that work? Yeah, Project Zomboid will be a good game. Internet will be very interesting to see how you play. Yeah. Did the depressed guy ever return from that one stream? He did pop in once, I want to say on Monday, but only for a few minutes. But yeah, he came back. Oh, no, you're right. Gecko, you're right. I picked up the raw wolf meat and I also picked up the 2 cooking pots. Okay, well, let's think. We have to walk down here to Timberwolf. That's easy. And then, once we're at Timberwolf, this entrance is at Echo Ravine, so we go up Echo Ravine, past the Bear Cave, past Crystal Lake, and then, ooh, hold on now. This Pleasant Valley pass has a climbing rope. Alternatively, the cave system here, I don't remember if that has a climbing rope, but it's a much longer way because it goes to Blackrock. I think what we do is we go to Pleasant Valley. Pleasant Valley is going to pop us out up here. And we do have to climb up and down, but there's a prepper cache right at the bottom of the rope. And we can do multiple trips, so that's fine. Let's just make sure we bring enough food for it. And then we'll head down. We'll go into the abandoned mine, and that will spit us out. Where will that spit us out? It'll spit us out up here in Coastal Highway. We'll walk back to the base, dump all of our junk, and then we'll head over to the Forlorn Muskeg for the final charcoaling. And then one thing I want to do after that is someone mentioned that there was a forge in the Rickon, and I want to go over there. Do I know Medieval Dynasty? The only dynasty I know is Dynasty Warriors, and I don't think that is what you're referring to. So, probably no. I don't think I know what you're referring to. And there's also this moldy smallmouth bass that we'll have to eat eventually. But for now, a couple bear meats.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
And a couple of kilos of water. Imagine the Long Dark makes a Mount Everest DLC where you have to hike the Mount Everest alone. Woof. I mean, that kind of... Let me think. So yeah, some kind of a hill climb. It could be interesting as a one-shot, but I feel like it wouldn't have a broad enough appeal to be financially successful for the devs. Okay, let's actually hold on. First, let's head back to our fishing spot, because I do, thinking back on it, I do want to go up to the Homesteader's Respite just to make sure there's nothing like a firearm cleaning kit or anything else that would be nice to bring back. That should be fine. And I actually have been meaning to ask for a while, but I keep forgetting. How are the relative audio levels? Like of the game volume versus the talking volume? Because everyone has, you know, a slightly different setup. And I'm not entirely sure if the volume settings that you guys have are similar to what I have. Although I suppose that is somewhat to taste. I was also thinking the other day of how audio sounds fine. Blizzards and are the ultimate audio stress test in the Long Dark. Yeah. I think a lot of those noises that I was just making with my mouth were actually noise canceled. Medieval Dynasty is a survival game where you chop trees, build houses, make your own town. Ah, so it's like one of those it's one of those sort of Ark Survival Evolved / Rust base builders, with the twist being my weird mouth noises, but can you hear all of them? With the twist being that you're kind of trying to make a town as opposed to just a single base for yourself. Interesting. Very, very intriguing, one might say. Okay, right, but what I was about to complain about was, when I was doing the episodes, I ran into a spot in the Broken Railroad, the climbing zone that goes down to the ravine on the western side of that map, and I didn't have a rope for it at the time, and that, once bitten, twice shy. Ever since then, whenever I found a spare mountaineering rope in this survival mode, I've been lugging it around, just in case I would find somewhere that I would need it. And if ever there was a place to need a mountaineering rope, well, gosh darn, it would be Ash Canyon, because the number of mountaineering climbing spots is just off the chain. Just like this wolf eating all up in my craw is off the chain. But unfortunately, despite dragging at least 2 mountaineering ropes either into the region or leaving it next to us at Timberwolf Mountain, every single mountaineering rope on this map that I would care to use already has a rope on it. And there's also at least 3 separate mountaineering ropes up in this upper area that I saw and just had no use for. So I'm a little bit salty about that. On the upside, I am completely positive now there is no location in this map that I would care to put a mountaineering rope that doesn't already have it, which means I can just completely ignore them. Did I ever play Minecraft before you arrived? No. No, it's been long and dark the whole time. I've actually never played Minecraft in my entire life. I played a little bit of 2D Minecraft, that being Terraria, but never 3D Minecraft. Delicious black coffee. Oh, Buddy's afraid still. If you recall, back in the day, one rope next to the first house you can see down the lake didn't always spawn, which always sounded annoying. Yeah, especially, I suppose, if you needed that rope for something. But either somehow I got lucky with rope spawning and just sort of overdid it with carrying things around, or something. Because there's never been a situation where I desperately needed a rope and I had to go way, way far out of my way to find one. I think the sketchiest situation that I ever remember is in Bleak Inlet. If you come into Bleak, there's 2 entrances to Bleak Inlet, and it took me forever to find that this is the case. But if we go to here, Bleak Inlet, there's 2 entrances. One is down in the lowlands through a cave system from Fuller and Muskeg, and one is through the ravine that's between the Mystery Lake and the coastal highway. And this ravine is in an upper plateau area that is only leavable. So this upper plateau, you can only leave it and get down to these lowlands if you climb down a climbing spot that's right by the Pensive Lookout. Luckily, and this may always be the case, but luckily, at the top of the Pensive Lookout, a mountaineering rope spawned. So I was able to just go down immediately. Oh, actually, looking at that map, YouTube, if you ever made a painting started your social media, because shirts look like they could at least make $1 from the views. To be honest, I don't know. But I suspect not, because I think, especially for YouTube, I think you need like some absurd amount of views from shorts to get monetized to begin with. So I don't think so. I don't think so. We're doing it for, as they say, the love of the game. And there is a lot to love in this game, as I'm sure you guys can appreciate. Okay. So we did wastefully hunt these wolves before just to get them out of the way. Need 4,000 hours total watch time to get monetized. There's an alternative, and that's mostly from Longform Bobby. I think the alternative is if you get 3 million shorts views. That's another way to do it. Okay, so let's dump a bunch of stuff here. Yes. Yeah, look at how well this fresh bear meat is being preserved. It's uncanny. Okay, but we'll drop stuff. We will drop... What will we drop? I guess we can drop the bedroll. Oh, the rope in this location. I see, okay. Drop the tools. I suppose we can drop... Yeah, let's just be super aggressive because I don't remember how much stuff up there would be worth picking up. Hope one day you get at least 10k followers on Twitch, which is really good for... Wait, which is really good not even just for a beginner. I see. I mean, yeah, 10,000 sounds like a very large number. A very large number. Maybe I need to play something super popular like PUBG or COD or something. But at the same time, how would anyone find me in the thousands and thousands of other people who are playing the exact same game? Okay, I'm just being super aggressive dropping things here because I want to be up and down quick. What else can we drop? Actually, I suppose the spray paint, the 11% one, we can just ditch here. I don't anticipate actually needing spray paint from here on out. What is still so heavy? I guess, yeah, I guess we have a few things that are heavy. And why was I carrying those hides? I don't know. I do not know. Okay, this is great. This will be super fast. And this isn't even a tall rope. So up and down should be easy. Okay. I need to be a little bit more discerning about the things that I decide to make into little short videos, though. I feel like at least half of them are just self-indulgent on my end. Wait, hold on. You can mountain goat up to this ledge here? I didn't realize that. So I've always had a lot more trouble going up than down, which I suppose makes sense. Don't ever do that. Got to be unique, because when you found only 10 people were watching the Long Dark section, really that few. I've never seen so few numbers in the Long Dark. It always seems to be at least somewhere between 40 and 150. Oh, go quite far to the left. I see. It's like, hold on, let me think. There's some kind of glitch that I'm... Oh yeah, here it is. It's a Super Mario 64 glitch. Where you can keep this like glitched, ridiculously high speed state, but only as long as you're going slightly uphill on geometry. And so speedrunners, or sort of, sequence breakers, they try to find places where there's this nice little long, gentle, gradual uphill in some of the maps. And they'll make use of this kind of like maximum speed achieving glitch. And I suppose I could definitely imagine some of these, like you see on the middle here, there's that little bit of snow. I think you can probably sort of sneak your way along those and then switch back and cut along the the rock to get up to the next level, and then again go up the snow and then switch back on the rock. I think if you practiced enough and you were light enough so you didn't break an ankle, I could see that happening now. Okay, let's see. What have we got? Luckily, it's not too dark. Where do we put all of the swag? We don't need the revolver, and just for emergencies, let's actually leave a couple of bullets here. Yes. Okay, actually, if we come back, it would probably be down here. So, you know what? We'll take this revolver and the bullets down, and we'll leave it down in the lower area. Okay, what do we have? Take most of the matches. Leave some of the matches here. Aim is for matches that... Yeah, we'll leave some matches here for emergencies. Other than that, I think we've pretty much got everything from here. Okay. So we did not need to be nearly as aggressive with dropping stuff. On the plus side, I think we can make it all the way back to that lake in Timberwolf. Did you know in the Minecraft world, not even in theory, it's true that you can walk, but it takes over 16 real years. But the Minecraft world is trillions of times bigger than the universe. Now, are we talking about the known universe? Or I suppose it must be talking about the known universe. Because how would you measure the unknown universe? It's not possible, Jim. But to be honest, it doesn't really surprise me, because Minecraft can procedurally generate an arbitrarily large world. Well, not arbitrarily large, but up to whatever number of floating point, I guess, integers they use to not measure, but to index the chunks. Okay, we don't actually need any gut. There's plenty back at the other bases. Each Minecraft block is a meter, which is pretty large, yeah. Meters are pretty large, especially if you're measuring otherwise in terms of, you know, integers. This, we'll get a little bit of wolf meat. That wolf meat for cooking later. We can leave some matches, and we can leave the revolver and a little bit of ammo here. Just for emergencies. And actually, for even more emergencies, let's leave a couple of these hooks. Because surely there's not going to be a lot of hunting to do or fishing to do on the way back, right? Okay. This is good. Ooh. That's a little bit slow, but we can eat. We can fix this. We can fix it. In patches, you can go past the far lands, which is really, really far. Well, so my guess is that programmatically, the way that Minecraft deals with its global positioning is it probably only... How do you even calculate how big a block is in real-world measurements? Well, what you can do is you can drop something, you can measure how far it takes, or how, you know, far it falls in 1 second, and that's assuming that the Minecraft world is supposed to be approximately the same mass and size as Earth. You could use that to estimate G, the gravitational acceleration constant. And so you could figure it out that way. Or I suppose you could estimate it that way, is the better thing to say. Doesn't a Minecraft feather drop as fast as a block of iron? Well, that just means that Minecraft exists in a vacuum and there's no air. So that makes perfect sense, right? But what I was saying just now in terms of, you know, how do you get a Minecraft world that is bigger than the known universe? When you're trying to shop, oh no, the creepypastas are back. When they did the movie for Minecraft, the devs said that the actual size of a block that they came up with when making the game, plus they've said it before. And it also makes sense, just because there are some sort of 1 meter square is one, it's good for math if you're using normal, you know, physics math. And two, it's a decent enough size for manipulation in the way that Minecraft wants to do its voxels, while at the same time being a very anthropocentric, human mind understandable measurement. But the way that I imagine they handle things is they probably have all of your local calculations, like your relative distance to any particular block, is probably based on just the one chunk that you're currently inhabiting and maybe its nearest neighbors. So they can kind of have this situation where they only ever need to do calculations for precise and accurate calculations for a very sort of small distance away from you, just the one chunk you're in and its neighbors. Whereas all of the other chunks, which are much larger than just a single block, they can just keep those in memory and index them and only load and unload them as necessary. So that's probably how they can handle such very large, almost galactic size scale. When people make 60 block tall creature mods, they're not that tall to us in game, but if it were real, it would be past the Karman line and leave the atmosphere for around 80 blocks. You mean blocks or chunks? Because if we're talking blocks being 1 meter square, cubed, I mean, I feel like 80 meters is not past the atmosphere.
Not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
But 80 blocks or 80 chunks I could see being, well, if we assume each chunk is something like a kilometer, I don't actually know how big a chunk is. That would maybe make, I would understand it a little bit more. How some mofos feel after saying the most factually incorrect information possible and then adding a BTW to make it seem like a correction and go on acting like they deserve to live. There is a, I believe, special ring of Dante's Inferno for people who are confidently and smugly incorrect. And I think I'll be heading there one of these days. Wait, hold on. A chunk is 16 blocks tall. Okay, I thought chunks were much larger. I thought a chunk was more like maybe 500 blocks. But I suppose 16 is still decent as far as getting things wrapped up into sort of a large enough package that you can make something very big with just some integers. 16 by 80 is pretty tall. Yeah. In fact, we can do the math. 16 by... Actually, 16 by 80, that's probably about 1040 or something. 1280. I probably should have known. Yeah, because 80 times 10 is 800 and 80 times 6 is 480. And add those two things together. Okay, now hold on now. We are approaching a possible bear cave. So let's just be a little bit careful up here. A tiny bit careful. The Karman line starts at 100 kilometers. Yeah, 16 times 80 is only a little bit more than 1 kilometer. 1.28 kilometers. So, is the Carmen... That's a bear. But can we sneak around this bear before he trundles down this little valley? It might be close. The Burj Khalifa is 828 meters tall. Yep. Sounds about right. Okay, so this bear could be slightly problematic. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back and I think hide up here. He's a layer 16 by 16, which is 256 blocks tall. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not a sufficiently knowledgeable... In fact, I'm not even a neophyte Minecraft understander. And... Okay, bear is still coming. So... I think we go up on this rock to the right. Because that's how we dealt with the bath salts bear the other day. We need a Minecraft-obsessed astrophysicist in the stream stat. Well, I can do about a quarter of that. Okay, so... Let's see if the bear continues coming this way. I think we can probably hide while it passes. But yeah, there are aspects of a game engine like Minecraft where things are approximately, well, things are symbolically physical in the sense that it's trying to kind of match real physics, but to the extent that you can in a voxel world. You can go past the speed of light in Minecraft, reaching the border in less than a second. Well, that doesn't surprise me at all. Actually, to the point where I might not even be surprised if Minecraft didn't even have the speed of light programmed into it. It wouldn't surprise me if Minecraft's speed of light wasn't instantaneous. Just because programming that delay would require a not trivial amount of calculation overhead and otherwise just development time to put it in. You have to do it using math and redstone to go past the speed of light. Maybe. Because at that point, you're basically doing all of the calculations that like ray tracing algorithm would do, except you're doing it in Minecraft. So it's like, it's very, very inefficient. Okay, so we hear Mr. Bear burbling, hopefully continuing to walk past. I don't think bears hunt based on scent. I hope they don't hunt based on scent. Is he passing? I think he's continuing to pass. He's either that or he's trying to walk up this rock to us. But I think it might be going to the right more. You've done it and there's vids on it. Yeah, people... So my understanding is that redstone is basically circuitry in Minecraft. And so you can do a lot of stuff with it. If only you know the proper circuits. Okay, the bear is coming back, but I think we're far enough away to not piss him off. I hope we don't break an ankle here. I really hope we do. Oh god, Crampon's MVP. Okay, I think we're okay here. I think we're good. The skinwalker that's pretending to be your cat the last year, so it genuinely has to get rid of you. You see, that's why you need to not put it into a corner. You build a giant machine and use a pig that's static, but when it's in a loaded chunk, White stack used the machine to push it millions of times, and when you put it in the loaded chunk, it processes all the little nudges at once and sends the pig flying. That sounds a lot like the peasant rail cannon that you can do in Dungeons and Dragons, if you guys have ever heard about that. But yeah, you basically, it sounds like you just bank a whole bunch of little motions and they all add up and they all get processed, like you said, at the same time. Okay, a woo to the left, maybe a moose somewhere. Yeah. Even as fat as we are outpacing this bear. So we should be alright. Unless, is that a wolf? No. Yes? No. No, that's not a wolf. Okay. We're good. As long as it doesn't get too foggy, because I would probably get lost. To get it stuck, you have to glitch a non-loaded chunk pig into your grasp without it reactivating. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically, you're basically just abusing the physics engine at that point. Because like I said, the way they can handle having such a theoretically large world and not have your computer grind to a fiery halt is it goes chunk by chunk and activates or deactivates certain calculations or certain details of calculations. And if they didn't program that flawlessly, then you can glitch it like that. So apparently, at least somewhat of a physicist, do you have a favorite field within physics? I do miss learning about quantum physics in school. That was fun. Yeah, it's fun until you need to actually, you know, dig down and do some serious calculations. But I suppose it's pretty good. Let's see, what is the most fun field of physics? That's a tough one. That is a tough one. What would I say? I think E&M can be pretty fun. Your favorite thing about physics is you do the insane hypothetical situations. So, ooh, there's a wolf there. I think electromagnetism can be pretty fun, but the issue there is that the math can get pretty insane when you're trying to find solutions. But at the same time, as long as things aren't too crazy, I find that you can very often at least approximately visualize the kind of solution that you're dealing with, even if the math and all the greens functions and everything to get the proper answer are horrendous. Okay, with 2 scent marks, we might not actually be able to sneak around this wolf here. Keep forgetting to eat the fish. So let's see if we can do something about this. How hard it must be laughing just for them to be found dismembered on a random railway 3 weeks later. And he is hunting us. Okay, buddy. Now, we're walking kind of slow. I'm wondering, can we get around him and into the house? Ooh, especially not if we're going to get stuck on a tree. But I think we maybe can. But beyond that, I think that doing molecular simulations is actually kind of fun, just because it's like Legos on crack. It's very complicated Legos on crack, trying to put atoms together in a configuration that gets a result you want. And there are a bunch of different ways to do it, and a bunch of different ways to kind of estimate exactly what the result will be. And it's always a little bit fun to kind of see if you can make a prediction and have it actually work out and make sense. You know, it's kind of like there's some kind of a lock you want to open, and can you figure out how to design a key to fit it? Do you believe in other life in the universe? And if you don't mind my defense, is it might not be smart and the universe is so large and probably out there, but we'll never find it. Now, there are levels to this. And I think this is... Who was this? It's... Is it Russell's paradox? No, Russell is the teapot guy. Whose paradox is this? Is it Fermi's paradox? This might be Fermi's paradox, but that might be something else. The idea being, the paradox being, the universe is so large and so vast.
Something's making me feel
Surely there's life out there. The paradox being, why hasn't it contacted us yet? Or is it Russell's paradox? I might be completely misremembering the name, but there's some kind of paradox that is pretty much that question. Is there life? If there is life, what's the probability? And given the probability, why hasn't it contacted us? And it's really just... Okay, so it is Fermi's paradox. So, yeah, Russell must be the teapot guy. It really is just a numbers game. You have to estimate how many stars are there, how many stars have planets around them, how many of those planets are in the approximate distance that you would expect to have those conditions for life, and then of those... Yeah, bro's just following us, huh? And of those, how many, you know, have actually had the chance to develop life? And, you know, as long as you have a non-zero probability for each of those things, the probability is non-zero at the end of the day. So it's like, you know, where the life at? Yeah, it seems like Buddy gave up. Because he doesn't know how to open doors, because he doesn't have an opposable thumb, he just has a dew claw. And so yeah, back to the original question. Do you think there's other life in the universe? I feel like it is a probabilistically impossible that there is no other life. But there are certainly other considerations. For example, surely you guys have heard of the Great Filtering, that being any particular strand of life may eventually, well, one, it may not necessarily evolve to the point where the sort of general plastic intelligence that humans have is necessary, that leads to things like, you know, radios, for example, and the manipulation of the electromagnetic spectrum. But even if that happens, the Great Filtering is the idea that such civilizations may be their own destruction before they have a chance to kind of get off world or perpetually send out, you know, do something that will perpetually send out some radio signals that we could find. For example, you know, putting out a solar powered satellite that just spews out some kind of, you know, welcome to the universe signal. Maybe they nuke themselves to oblivion before that happens. So even if there is a non-zero and perhaps even a non-zero or perhaps even infinite number of civilizations out there, if the Great Filtering is something that hits all of them, each civilization has a finite time where it will be spitting out radio signals that we would even be able to pick up. And if those times don't overlap, then, you know, even if there's an infinite number of civilizations, it could explain there being us not able to hear anything. So the Great Filtering is just Mass Effect. It's even more... Mass Effect would be, say, the Great Filtering on a galactic level, whereas the Great Filter I'm talking about would be on a planet-by-planet level. In 1939, Funny Mustache Man sent a radio signal that went out throughout the Milky Way and past the solar system. Bobby, Bobby, Bobby. Bobby, Bobby, let me let you in on a little secret. Every single radio signal that we have sent out that hasn't been completely captured by, say, the Earth's magnetic field has gone out throughout past the solar system and throughout the Milky Way. Because generally in space, there is very, 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 very little that can stop an electromagnetic wave once it has been sent out. The only issue is the density of the wave's energy and therefore its propensity to be measured compared to the background radiation will reduce as space goes on, basically as the farther out it goes. Usually. It's not impossible that such a thing could be sent out like a laser. But the types of radios they would have been using in 1939, those are the types that would bleed off power in distance. The reason you mention is because it's the farthest one ever, but the things he said weren't so nice. I can definitely imagine. Luckily, I'd imagine anything that would be out there to read it or hear it probably wouldn't understand German. But if I'm going to actually this, I would say actually, ever since the first radios, they weren't particularly, they were really just long antennas that they would, blast some oscillating electronic, current into. And those radios weren't particularly picky as to the direction they sent the signal. So I would imagine actually that the first radio, the earliest radio signals that got spat out that could be picked up by someone were probably decades earlier than that. Because didn't Edison do radio things in like the early 1900s, like 1900? Or was he really just a Morse code kind of a guy? Like a telegraph kind of a guy? You asked earlier, but we're talking about space. Do you believe in a God or science? Me personally, science. Well, it's complicated. Currently, and actually we can probably sleep until almost dawn with this. So let's first pop a quick squat. The more that I think about it, the more that I actually lean towards simulation theory. And in that case, the programmer, or I guess whoever's maintaining the infrastructure, would be God. So it's not the kind of thing you would think of typically as a god, but it's also probably indistinguishable from what people would think of as a god. Man, I always forget to eat the fish. Bad Yuchi. Bad Yuchi. Do you have a keyword for that broadcast I can look up? Only sources you can find are radio broadcasts from 1936 on Reddit and Instagram, which, yeah. It would probably be easier to find if you could search in German. Because I'd imagine that the keywords, like Führer, Sprechen, Radio, Telegram, Geschäft, or something. Something silly like that. Okay. It is kind of nighttime. Actually, hold on. We do need to wait until dawn because there may be some saplings in here that we want to bring back. So let's pass time for a couple hours and then sleep for one more. But yeah, to give you a less rambly answer, I think it's not necessarily a spiritual belief in a sense, though you could cast it as such. But my current belief is that there is probably some layer of existence that perhaps our science cannot directly touch and could only infer. Because, I mean, if you think about it, even, for the longest time, you go back far enough and you ask the question, well, what happened before the Big Bang? And even still, we don't have a good answer for that. And I'm just thinking probabilistically, there are arguments, and I would call them moderately strong arguments for this sort of simulation theory that I'm describing. Ooh, we'll definitely take the flask. Return the flats. Okay. Airline food. We can leave all the airline food. We can leave the distress pistol. We can also leave one of these revolvers behind. You know what? Part of me is actually kind of regretting not making a whole bunch of survival bows back up in Ash Canyon and kind of sprinkling them down in different places on the way back. But I suppose if we leave a sapling and some guts, well. No, it's more complicated. So instead, we'll leave this revolver and a little bit of ammo. First, we'll load it. Okay. You missed it, said, yeah, 1936 is still traveling through space at the speed of light. Ah, the 1936 Summer Olympics in Berlin. Yeah. So the funny mustache man broadcast thing does seem to be mentioned in a novel by Carl Sagan. Maybe it turned into an internet urban legend. I suppose you're right. It could be some apocryphal source that, perhaps has just been miscommunicated and mispropagated. Not impossible. Definitely not impossible. But again, anything that was spat out in the radio, perhaps the purpose wasn't to have it be, sent out to aliens, but it would have been sent out to aliens, just because that's the nature of radio signals at the time. In fact, that's the nature of radio signals still. Anything that doesn't bounce off of the atmosphere or Earth's magnetic field is going to be, it's going to escape and just go. Carl Sagan used it in a novel. Hold on. I can only do a small number of things. I thought we had more flasks than this. Did we leave a flask up north? I'm trying to remember if we left a flask up at Miner's Folly. I feel like we probably didn't. And even then, it's probably fine. So let's leave 6 bullets. Yeah, and we have the distress pistol and some flares. Oops. In fact, we can leave a couple more flare shells. And why are we so heavy? What else did I just pick up? Oh, a bunch of pelts. Pelts we can drop. We'll keep the bear hide. We'll drop the deer. Drop all the gut. All the gut. And drop the wolf. Keep the bear hide. Broadcast use high-frequency radio waves, unlike lower-frequency signals that bounce off Earth ionosphere and stay on the planet. These high-frequency TV signals pierced straight through and leaked into deep space. Yeah, that would do it. So archived proof, as in secondhand readings, but not a lot of real recordings. I'm not surprised, because it's so old and people didn't really take media archival very seriously at the time. Okay, we do have 2 coffees that we can drink if we need to, if we're getting thirsty, and I suppose also the tomato soup. But yeah, when it comes to sort of media maintenance, maintenance of old recordings or radio transmissions or television broadcasts, even up until the 90s, I don't think everywhere really, even now, not everywhere takes it seriously, but it really wasn't a thing back then. I'm sure you know there are some broadcasts from the British Broadcasting Channel or Corporation, the BBC, that have been completely lost to time. And this is like, I think some of the earlier Doctor Who episodes are just completely 100% lost to time because the recording, like the master versions were either not carefully preserved or, ooh, wolf. They either weren't carefully preserved and so they deteriorated and are unviewable, or they were not carefully stored and like got destroyed in a fire or something. Okay, right now I am looking for one, this wolf not to be chasing me. Buddy. And two, I'm looking for the fallen landing gear, which should be somewhere in this direction. It might even be over there, because that's where the exit is. We'll never be able to get the signal back because of the book Contact. People think scientists have proof or tracking data of the signal moving through the stars. Astronomers have no way to track or receive the original signal because it is already past us and is far too weak to ever bounce back. Which signal? Which signal? Like a signal that we emitted? That certainly makes sense. First off, because there's hardly anything out there for it to bounce back off of once it leaves the Earth. Okay, that is the landing gear. The 1936 broadcast. Yeah, that is absolutely gone. Light speed wise, if I remember, it's at most, it might be as few as minutes, but it is at most a small number of hours before light from the sun passes, you know, the outer edges of the solar system. And once you get out of the solar system, the size of, first off, I think the nearest target is like probably, it's probably at least a couple of light years away. It's going to be like, what is Sirius? No, Sirius isn't. Sirius, the dog star, is not the next closest thing, not the next closest star. What's the next closest star? It's on the tip of my tongue. Something Proximus? No, I'll think of it probably in about 20 minutes. But basically, once the signal passes the solar system and, like, you know, Uranus, there is close enough to literally nothing for it to bounce back off that I'd be comfortable saying there's literally nothing for it to bounce back off. So, you know, that broadcast is completely gone. It's not coming back. Skim the entire Wikipedia article for the ionosphere, and it doesn't mention the tiny mustache man once. Neither does the wiki article for very high frequency transmissions. But yeah, let's just say radio waves. Well, I mean, radio frequencies, they are just a different frequency of light, so they do travel at the speed of light. So they're basically gone. I would be surprised if... I suppose we could probably ungarble a signal that bounces off the moon. But anything else, I don't think we'd be able to retrieve it. Even Mars, even Jupiter. Don't trust Wikipedia, son. They are not accurate for about 70% of stuff, because I can literally edit the article right now and make it say Fortnite. Yeah, the only thing Wikipedia is really worth a damn for is sufficiently obscure math or science topics that people don't really care to vandalize. And it's especially not reliable for anything that is even tangentially political. You absolutely cannot trust, certainly the inferences that an article tries to make, and sometimes you can't even trust the facts it tries to tell you. Even if it has sources, you should go to the source and see what the source's source is. I actually remember, this was years ago, and I probably wouldn't be able to dig up the specific article. But there was an article on Wikipedia that I actually dug into the talk page where the editors will go back and forth on different edits. And there was like a very long back and forth argument about a phrase that was made, and this was like, it was like US political thing. And it was like something was said about, the inaccuracy of, it might have been, let me think. What was that? What was the topic? I think it might have been about some claim. No. I think it was somewhat Donald Trump related. Yeah, it must have been something that Donald Trump had claimed, or it was something that someone was claiming about something that would have, if it was false, looked bad for Donald Trump or something like that. But basically, the back and forth was, there was an article being cited, and the article being cited was clearly evidence against, whatever claim the sort of right political side of the argument was. But the way that the article was referenced in the Wikipedia, and this is the article is in the source, the way the source was referenced in the Wikipedia citation was actually, the citation on Wikipedia made a stronger claim that the article did not make. And the argument back and forth between the editors was, should we soften the claim on the Wikipedia page in order to come in line with what the article actually has, because the article was the reference, the source? And after a long back and forth, like the head honcho editor sort of finally put his foot down and said, no, we're going with the claim that the article does not support because the claim is in line with a larger, broader political narrative that we are interested in pushing right now. And he actually said that. He cited sort of this overarching interest in discrediting what they considered to be conspiracy theories as a reason for effectively falsifying a citation, in my kind of academia-brained mind. Okay, we need to drop a bunch of things, and then drop some more things, and then go down and then up. So first order of business, I suppose we can drop some of these things. Now there is I don't want to leave the bearskin bedroll, though. Just because I'm too sensitive to it losing condition. Drop all these saps. Okay. Very nice. Oh no, you're gonna make a Yuchi Tries Wikipedia page? I feel like that is a little bit self-indulgent. Or, I don't know, it's not self-indulgent because it's not the self. But you know what I mean. Okay, so that wasn't too bad stamina-wise. We can drop a whole bunch of junk here. In fact, we might have even done that earlier. Let's see. And no. Unless cardboard box, bed, cardboard box, cloth, another workbench. Okay. Now let's remember. Oh, I did leave a storm lantern here. There was also a plethora of storm lanterns that I somehow managed to acquire and collect up in Ash Canyon. All right, now we can drop a lot of food. We just need something like 9? I don't remember how many kilograms we dropped up there, but surely we can be a little bit more aggressive down here. You're making the page right now. Oh no. Oh no. This is how it begins. The great unraveling of our time. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to go into Blender and just inflate the head a little bit. Because surely I'll let this get to my head. The fame. Actually, I don't even know if you could make a Wikipedia page, because doesn't Wikipedia require some kind of secondary sources as sort of some kind of evidence? I don't think they let someone just write something. You only need a verified account. So I'm sure that you're right about as long as you just have a verified account, you could, in theory, make a page. What I'm skeptical of, I suppose, is whether such a page could survive scrutiny based on whatever rules that they have for pages. Okay, it's noon. It's noontime. And on the noon times, what can we do? I think we can
sure I can carry much more.
Probably take a quick nap. And this is Pleasant Valley. Our main base is over here in the farmhouse. But I think we just... Oh, hold on. I think we have to check for the moose down here, because I have a bone to pick with that moose. And I kind of want a little bit of revenge. So here's what we do. We'll head over, we'll check for the moose. If not, we'll head down to Thompson's Crossing and check the storage there. No, but we have to hoover things up, don't... but we're already kind of... I think we can leave whatever's in the farmhouse. We can check anything that we want to get at Thompson's Crossing and then head south to the abandoned mine. We have to wait for it to get approved. Yeah, and my suspicion is that an approver may poo-poo unless they decide it has a sufficient amount of, you know, otherwise merit. Okay, we can... Kind of low on water. We'll sleep for a little bit. 4 hours, maybe a couple more hours. Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. As long as we're not super close. This is kind of close to dusk. Sleep for 1 more hour. We should be far enough from dusk that we don't have to worry about getting very dark. Here, okay. Yeah, this should be okay. Fatigue-wise and light-wise. Yeah, it says it's almost dusk, but this is like, that sun is practically high noon in my opinion. So we'll head down to the road, we'll take a right, check for the moose. And if the moose is there, we battle. We'll battle and it will be a complete waste. Actually, hold on, let me think. We fought a moose up near Miner's Folly. And we left its hide there, didn't we? I think there's a moose hide up in Miner's Folly. But I also don't think we need a hide for now. Yeah, I'm just going to pretend that I forgot that. And didn't remember it. Oh no. It'll be done soon. Well, good luck whenever you decide to submit it. Personally, I don't have the highest of hopes for success. I suspect they'll say, nah, dog. But who knows? Who's to know? In the words of Julia Childs. Okay, that should just be a regular person body, and it should already be looted. Or you make the Yuchi Tries website. Well, one of these days I'll get around to something like that. But I don't think I'm serious enough about this yet to do that. So I don't think that is quite a requirement at this point. We'll see. One day, perhaps. One day, in the far-flung future, a cat makes a website. It was said all the way back in the 90s that on the internet no one knows you're a dog. But it turns out that on the internet no one knows you're a cat. What do you guys think the over-under is for this moose to be here? I have a vague recollection, and it should be something like pretty close to that, or maybe a little bit past that burnt-out house. I have a vague recollection, and don't quote me on this, but a vague recollection of coming back here after the moose attack and the moose not being here. So I really do not know what to expect. It seems like the mooses are somewhat itinerant, in the sense that they'll go places. Oh, the places they'll go. Hold on. That's a wolf. Why is there a wolf over in the moose location? Certainly there can't be a moose over there. Certainly. We're trudging very slowly. Yes, we're getting a little bit of color in the clouds on the horizon. That means that the dusk is coming. All right, so that's a wolf that we can see through the trees. That is also 100% the wolf location, not the wolf location, the moose location. I even put a little danger mark on the way to it, the destroyed house. If a wolf is there, certainly a moose can't be. So let's just head back down the road. If you made a website about you, what would it have and stuff? That's a good question. That is a good question. What could I possibly put on a website that would be relevant? Well, I suppose maybe the cop-out / easy answer is it could be something like, you know how people have those link trees that are basically just a single web page with a bunch of different social media informations listed? That could certainly be one of them. That could certainly be one. And I suppose, you know, like a larger streamer might make some merch, right? You know, like I have been in my time an aficionado of the Linus Tech Tips, and you know they've been around forever, and they're pretty big, huge in the tech space. So I imagine that, you know, they have basically an online store. So you could do some branded online store stuff. Using your university library access, because Wikipedia is so bad, I found zero proof that Tiny Mustache Man's 1936 radio broadcast was the first to breach the atmosphere or achieve any other new impressive thing. You see, that's what I'm thinking. So think about it this way. There are two aspects of a radio broadcast. There is the emitter and there's the receiver. Now, I think the bigger clue here is the receiver. That being the sensitivity of the receiver. Ideally, you would want to have a very, very sensitive receiver, and that's because you'd be able to detect a weaker signal. And in the terms of a radio broadcast, that would mean you could detect a signal from farther away. And that's a good thing, right? So we want to have more and more sensitive receivers. The first receivers, I would imagine, were not very sensitive. Because basically just the technology, either the antenna geometries or the antenna materials, would not have been very good in the beginning. And to make up for that, the only thing you can do, well, you can do two things. One is you make a much stronger, a much bigger antenna. But of course you have limits there because eventually the antenna is going to be so big it'll have its own noise. Two, the other option, and I think this is probably the option that they probably took, is you make the emission much, much stronger. So that way it's easier for the receiver to pick up. Combine those two things. Actually, it's just the one thing. It's the second thing. And the result is that the early radio transmissions were probably extremely strong, to the point where I wouldn't be surprised at all if they just accidentally got spat out through the atmosphere and were able to breach, I guess, whatever, reflective properties it had on whichever frequencies they were transmitting. Could you hypothetically make a broadcast at home that could reach miles away? Yes. Yes, that's basically what ham radios are. But according to, this is assuming, of course, that you're in the United States, there are regulations for the power that you can use to emit your frequencies. But I think, so this is like ham radios and walkie-talkies are regulated if they're above a certain broadcasting power threshold. I think if you have good conditions, you could probably, and don't quote me on this because I'm just going from the little that I know about the strength of commercial radios. Ham radios, 100% easily you could reach miles and miles away. But ham radios need a license because they're strong like that. But I think if you have good conditions, you could get a commercial walkie-talkie that could reach miles away. So that's good atmospheric conditions and also good ground conditions. That being like you're not in the bottom of a valley. Like if you've got a long way and not a bunch of trees, not a bunch of like buildings or power lines or things like that that are going to be bleeding background noise into the air. I think you could make a broadcast at home. If you wanted to, you could probably also rig up a rudimentary antenna to broadcast yourself, as opposed to getting a commercial walkie-talkie. Oh, and what do you know? It's golden hour. The perfect time to shoot some old-timey films. Okay, so really, all we need to do is follow this road and use its beautiful, beautiful walking speed boost to get back to Thompson's Crossing. You're going to lurk through to recover from wading through the academic research, but you'll stick around. Well, lurking is overpowered in my opinion. I was a lurker of all types for the longest times. The very longest times. And if you remember, the internet does have rules, and one of those rules is lurk more. Buddy, did you have to be right there? I think we can go around and probably... You know what? I know the problem. This guy is lost. He's lost the rest of his pack, and he doesn't know how to get back to Thompson's Crossing. I think we can lead him back, right? We should be able to lead Buddy back to his friends. Let's go. But yeah, I would say I kind of do miss having just sort of reflexive, journal access. Unless it's an Elsevier journal. Those things are a pain in the dick to get the library to get a subscription to. But I do like having almost reflexive journal access to whatever I want to read. It's kind of annoying having to, figure out other methods without a university, university-based access. Very convenient if you need it. But if you are really desperate, there is an open access project. I don't know if they're very up to date on journals, but they're an open access project for like scientific books and other published work. Just gonna spend the time to get a license just so you can broadcast your stream audio and commentary for the world to hear. Well, I have heard of so ham radios. They're kind of, my understanding is a ham radio is sort of the strongest non-FCC restricted kind of a broadcasting equipment that you can get. I've heard of, and those signals I'm pretty sure do bounce off the atmosphere. And I've heard of cases where if the weather was quite good, ooh, hiccup, and you had a particularly like on the high end of power setup, that you could actually say broadcast from California and send and receive messages to, say, Japan. I think they will go that far if you've got things just lined up right, but I don't think it's a sure thing at all. And I did look into getting a license a while back. I think you need to do a little bit of studying. It might just be a paper test about, say, like some of the restrictions and some of the history of ham radio and, citizen radio broadcasts. But don't quote me on that. I suspect there isn't a practical aspect. It should be pretty easy to get, and I think it only costs $40 or $50 for the license. Your foray into ham radio, it can be your dipping the toes into finding, those cryptic numbers stations that just broadcast strange things, and it'll be your entry into the rabbit hole that is American conspiracies. Okay, so the only question now is, do we go across the bridge into town, or do we go over? Do we go through the river? I think we try to go across the bridge. We'll pick up another friend over here, I think, and then maybe we'll pick up 2 more friends on the way into the community center. Let's be real. Who actually is on the FM radio listening to that ish? Well, is that a buddy? Oh yeah, there's a buddy. I don't think there's enough way around. Ooh, this is tough. This is a tricky puzzler. Can we sneak around to the right of Buddy, or is he immediately going to get mad at us? I think we could sneak around to the right. We'll have to try. Okay, there we go. He's scared. But as far as listening to FM radio, people on road trips with older cars, they're going to be the FM radio listeners. Okay. He's just completely routed. I think we can just maybe walk into town. We're going to have to remember that he's there, though. On the way back, on the way out. But maybe we'll have to leave over the river. Actually, there is that one tiny little spot. I want to do a little bit of charcoal here, actually. Okay, let's not forget that. We need about 1 or 2 charcoals. Oh. Oof. That water went down the wrong pipe. Oof. Oof. Okay. Nobody in town, huh? Really? This place is notorious for trolling me, though. Alright, anyway. There's certainly got to be some water here.
I'm gonna have to leave.
If we're
something
lucky,
behind.
maybe even some charcoals in this stove. No charcoals in the stove. Alexa, play Despacito. Open freezer. Where's the fridge? Fridge. No, freezer. Fridge. Fridge. Okay. That's probably much more water than we need. But I think it's okay. Here's the thing. We are going to use the excuse of cooking this wolf meat to turn on this stove. Oh, we only have 1 stick, though. It's okay. It's okay that we only have 1 stick, because I guarantee you there is a ton of firewood in the cabinets to the left here. Guarantee it. 100%. Oh, yeah. Just need 1 cedar. Pop this guy in here. Beautiful, beautiful cooking pots. Beautiful. And 1 more. Yeah, there's something like... There's at least 5 cooking pots scattered in these different locations in Pleasant Valley. A lot of cooking pots. You. And now you. And now you. Alright, last order of business. Take the torch. And make sure we're not leaving anything behind that's nice. In particular, I'm referring to these saplings. So much cured gut. So many... Oh, so many saplings. Wow. I didn't realize there were so many here. Okay. Many cured guts. Many pelts. Oh, I did not mean to throw that. I meant to put it out, and I don't think we can get it from under there. No, it's gone. That thing is lost. Take torch. Is there anything decent in the cabinets? Suppose we can take back one of these hunting knives. Scrap metal? The scrap metal at this point is useful for 3 things. Making hooks, repairing crampons, and repairing other things at the machining, at the mills. But there's a mill up north in Blackrock. And this is on the way from the base to Blackrock, but I don't think we need it so desperately up in Blackrock. So let's bring it with us back to the base. Okay. We'll walk over and find a bed. This one we can sleep in. And eat, drink, and be merry. And we'll sleep as close to dawn as we can get. And then we'll wait. Plenty of food and water here. Actually, plenty of water. I don't remember seeing a lot of food. So that could be a problem. A problem for future Yuchi. Alright, of course, it's got to be the middle of the night, right? Actually, it's pretty close till dawn. We might even be able to get away with just 1 hour of faffing around. We couldn't. So now we'll sleep. We can't sleep. So we'll faff around again, and we'll sleep 1 more. Because I hear a blizzard outside. I definitely hear a blizzard outside. And it's not the kind that you get from Wendy's. Alright, the wind has died down. We should be okay. Delicious. Okay. We don't need a billion wolf pelts. We'll keep the bear. Might even keep the deer. We'll see how the weight goes. But we certainly don't need a billion wolf pelts. The only thing that's good for is repairing our wolfskin coat. And that's kind of okay right now. All these saplings. Let's think. An extra knife, that's nice to have. I've actually got half a mind to leave this hatchet here. Do we already have a hatchet? If there isn't a hatchet in these cabinets, I'm leaving a hatchet here. And there isn't. So, keep that there for a rainy day. We'll bring the lantern fuel because there is a... What's the word I'm looking for? There's a storm lantern that we should be able to use to get through this cave. And that... We can drop that soon. Maybe outside. Because that torch is ruined. Okay. We need a tad of water. There's really no food here, huh? I guess perhaps it all ruined. It may have all gotten ruined just over time from storing it inside. Okay, well, that's probably fine. We have 0 scent marks. And certainly that's enough food and water to make it all the way back, especially with this extremely fast,
It's starting to weigh me down.
decadent walking speed. Alright. Where's that ruined torch? X. Drop. Alright. Oh, I almost forgot. We went through a whole song and dance to cook some food and make some charcoals, and I forgot to pick up. I was hoping for 2 charcoals, but I think we can make do with 1. Alright. Head out. No scent marks means we shouldn't be hunted. And we will go... I think we want to go to that... Yeah, there's a place, there's a break in the road heading north on the right. And I think that leads to a rabbit pasture. Or a rabbit grove. That, or a little bit farther up the hill, is exactly where we want to pop this charcoal. I'm pretty sure I know where we want to do it. But on the topic of universities and access to academic things, it's actually, I've come to realize, extremely convenient to have easy access to a library. I went a long time without reading books. And I've only just sort of found more time to get back into it. And I'd forgotten how nice it is to just be able to sit down and read something. In fact, I might do that later after stream. There are a few things I've been meaning to start reading, or reading properly. And I just haven't been making time for it. Actually, there's one series that I have like three books of, maybe. There's one series I have 2 books of. I actually have 3 books, but I've already read one of them. So that's 2 things. One standalone book. A handful, let's count that as a 2, kind of standalone, interesting, sort of economics / more pop economics books that I've been meaning to read. And a couple of, I don't know if you'd call it psychology, but something that adjacent. One book that I'm just starting, and that one's over at the library. So maybe we'll head there later. Alright. Yeah, those little bumps on the top of the road, I think those are the fence posts. Let me tab here, like this, clickety click clack. Okay, and here we go. In the words of Mario fame, here we go. Man, I remember the last time we headed up this way. It was a long time ago, but it was when I accidentally went through that one-way shortcut over at the Hydro Dam, which was very unfortunate. A very unfortunate turn of events. Yeah. Despite this, I think saying danger, danger, do not go through. No trespassing. No trespassing. Due to the unfortunate increase in the cost of ammunition, we will no longer be providing a warning shot. I think over here is exactly where to pop this charcoal. Oh, there's that background noise. It sounds a lot like paw pads walking through the snow. Yeah, where is this? It turns right. Could this be at end of the road, maybe? No, because there's no vehicle here. So we are probably... Although this does look suspiciously road-like, we're, I guess, looking for reishi mushroom. If we find reishi mushroom, I'll know where we are. That's not exactly it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are somewhere south of end of the road, maybe right around here. Let's get a little bit past this bend in the road. Maybe even up in those hills there. We'll pop this, the final char of Pleasant Valley, and we'll have to be content with whatever happens. Okay, yeah, belabored breath, belabored breath. I'm not going to say it. I am going to say it. There shouldn't be any wolves on this path all the way up to the mine. I'm very confident. Some would say inordinately confident. Okay. If I thought that I could walk up that bit of snow and get on top of that rock, I'd do the charcoal there. But I think this will have to do. Fingers crossed. Nice. A little bit farther south than I intended. But I'll take it. I'll take it because it's clear. I can just look with my eyes and there's nothing but cliff over there to the north. Or I guess it turns over and becomes end of the road. And two, now this path connects to the road on the map. So that's good. We go to the... I looked... Yeah, I certainly... In the episodes, there's a prepper's cache up here. I'm sure that I looked for it earlier, because that place is fully well charcoaled. So it must only be there in the campaign, right? Right? We'll take another look from this cliff up here. Probably not going to see much from the fog. But you never know. Never do you know. Alright. What can we eat to get our weight down just a little bit more? Oh yeah. Now we are under 10 kilograms overweight. And it probably, and I know I've said this before, the carry speed probably, or the walk speed probably reduces slowly as you approach 10 kilograms overweight, but after 10 kilograms overweight, it really, at least by perception, it really reduces fast. All right, that's a torch. Don't need it. Yeah, ooh. Buddy over at Thompson's Crossing. This is, you need to be a little bit careful on these hills. Despite it being an intended path, some of these bits are steep enough to threaten an ankle break. And they threaten it very menacingly. Nice. Actually, there's a fourth use for for scrap metal, and that's forging arrowheads. I didn't think about that. So I suppose it would behoove us to check the Rickon and see if I can find the forge in that place. It's actually extremely convenient. One thing I remember is that on the way to the forges that are in the Forlorn Muskeg or the Broken Railroad, there is kind of a very low number of opportunities to scavenge coal, which is what you need to increase the forge's temperature high enough to actually do some smelting. So all of the coal that I have over at the Broken Railroad, I had to hoof that over from somewhere else. We're looking for Prepper's Cache, and I'm not really seeing one from here. Of course, again, with all this fog, not like I would. But my recollection is that... yeah, I don't see anything up here. My recollection is that the cave between the Crumbling Highway and Desolation Point, I think that has a lot of coal in it, which is extremely convenient for forging purposes. Okay, so just a bunch of stones. And I believe I left a storm lantern here for going back and forth.
Heavy.
Yes, perfect. Always nice to have one of these guys in a cave, in a transition cave. Because the transition caves can get hella dark. If I remember this... actually, don't quote me on this. I don't remember how long this transition cave is. And on account of the things being over by the Rickon, I think I will be picking up coal along the way. Even though it's definitely slowing us down. This... okay, no, the other way is the dead end. This way is fine. Yeah, this transition is a little bit longer than I remembered. And that over there looks like a coal. That's even more coal. This is kind of a pretty good haul here. Once we're able to get to the other side of this cave to drop this storm lantern, we should be pretty quick, especially since it's going to be almost all downhill. Get to the... what's the name of it? The Misanthrope's Homestead. Yeah, it's been so long since I've been back here.
All this gear is slowing me down.
Look at all these juicy coal spawns. Oh yeah. Now, they're not so fantastically spawnful that they're double spawning in certain places. I do remember seeing multi-coal spawns in, I think it was between Desolation Point and the Crumbling Highway. It might have been. And that was lucrative. Ooh. Part of me kind of wants to break down that crate just to see if there's something like an insulated flask inside of it. But thinking back on things, I was at the top of Timberwolf Mountain, and I was breaking down those big crates in the downed airplane, and I thought that an insulated flask fell out of one of them. But thinking back on it and on the position, I'm thinking, and maybe even hoping against hope, that the insulated flask was actually on the ground underneath it, hidden between two things, kind of wedged and not visible until I broke down the big crate above it. I'm hoping that's the case, because if it is the case, then that means I don't have to break down every single damn crate that I find, in the hopes that there's something nice inside. Because that would be a lot. Because the crates take a long time to break down, and especially if we're in this dark cave, and especially because I don't think you can actually break down a crate in the dark. Every time I remember trying, for example with the hatchet, it said something like, you need light to use this tool. So that would be pretty expensive in terms of burn time on this lantern. Now, is this a dead end, or is there a cheeky way through? The body means there's a dead end, and we're fat and slow enough. How many coals do we have? 27 coals already. That's a lot of coals. That's like a lot of coals. To the point where I'm kind of going to be looking for excuses to not pick up more coals, like, for example, not walking down that dead end. Okay, now, is this a middle area, or is this the exit? I'm hoping it's the exit, but it's looking suspiciously like a middle area. Middle area with 2 exits. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop all this coal, and I feel like I don't remember there being 2 exits here, so perhaps I missed it completely earlier. Let's see if one of these is a dead end. Might be, might not be. But it's certainly extra walking. I see. Okay, that's a dead end, so that means this probably T-junctions. It's probably just a donut. Yeah, is this the T-junction? Surely it must be, right? Once I see the slightest little bit of a hint that there's... Yeah, there's the exit. Okay, so it does just T-junction and then donut around. I kind of don't remember going all the way off to the left here, though. Let's head over there, see if there's anything there. Just real quick. If there's something that I've already searched, I'm going to be so mad. Some will call me Mad Max Furiosa. No, that was just a hard dead end, which is my favorite kind. My favorite kind. Alright. Now we pick up an infinite number of coals. By infinite, I mean 27. I lost count, but I suppose it should be okay. And one more thing we can do to get a little bit more weight down, especially with this coal situation, is we can fill this lantern back up. Because we're spending so long in this mine, we've already burned probably about a quarter. We started with a little bit lost, and we're just over half. Probably burned somewhere like something like a quarter or a third of the maximum fuel. That's another reason why fish are nice. It is, in my understanding, the only reliable, replenishable, renewable way to get more lantern oil is to eat some fish. And I think we can go the rest of the way by high. Oh yeah. Pretty brutal, huh? The brutality of it all. Trudge, trudge, trudge. The second we can drop all these charcoals and all these twigs, all these sticks, we're going to be so fast. We're going to be so fast, the only thing I'm still terrified of is the trestle bridge over the ravine. Alright. Pop that storm lantern. Ooh, my goodness. It's not much, but I can feel it. I can feel the speed increase in my bones. Oh wow, we got quite heavy with... How much coal are we carrying? 31 coal. 9... Basically...
I'm not gonna
almost
be able to
20
carry
pounds
this
of
load
coal.
for much longer.
Which, come to think of it, isn't actually all that much coal. Alright. It's noon. We got a sunny day. If we were in the position to do it, we could start a fire with the magnifying lens. Now it's just a matter of walking down. We are here. Just walking straight down past the log sort to our house. And I think that cut should be pretty soon. All this is downhill, so it should be fast. Even the bits that are steep, with our pro crampons and our downhill cocaine speed, I think we should be pretty good. My only concern is what the wolves on the lake are doing. Or the wolves on the frozen bay, I should say. Is what I meant to say. And hey, to go way back, I just thought of another reason to listen to FM radio. It's kind of like another source of podcasts, except you don't need to download them. They're just there. Am I feeling brave enough to go down here? I don't think so. The crampons are strong, but they're not invincible. I am feeling brave enough to go down on the right here. Which ought to be just fine. I hope. Yeah, this should be good. Yes. Okay, that looks like it's stickable. So we go around the safe way question mark. There we go. All right. This is pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so here's the next strat. Strat is, we hope that that rock down there is flat enough to stand on, and then we hope that the slope below it is not so long. This, okay, it's barely flat enough to stand on. That was a close thing. I saw the northern edge here and thought, no way. Okay. But surely with our crampons and this speedy downhill situation, we should be okay here. Yeah, and actually we can even rest here. Not here. Back up. We can rest here. Okay, good. I don't know if it's just like a binary reset on the timer, or if there's some hidden behind the scenes gauge that refills as long as you're not standing on something that's too steep. Come on now. Come on now. Come on, there we go. So, while I suspect it's a binary switch, I think that it doesn't hurt to just stand for a few seconds in case it does happen to be a gauge. Just because breaking an ankle or breaking a wrist is such a pain. Okay. Yeah, this should just be an easy walk. So easy. And there's actually one thing I want to do, and that is figure out what it's going to take to craft a workbench. Because I did see that it was possible in the crafting menu. And the only inconvenient part about our base over at Misanthropes is it does not have a workbench. And in order to get to a workbench, I need to walk all the way over to the fishing spot, which is over here, the fishing camp, which is kind of far from Misanthropes. Actually, I don't think there are any wolves right here, so we can go and look. What does it take to make a workbench? It takes 15 cedar firewood, 1 workbench vise, which I don't know how to deal with. I don't think I've found one of those yet. And a furniture workbench. F is for... I bet if you break down a workbench, like a typical workbench, you get a workbench vise out of it. I wish I had thought of that, because I definitely would have broken one down on the way back here. There are definitely some super... You know what? I know exactly what I'll do. I would break down the workbench that is inside that cave. Because cave workbenches, I was thinking about saying this, but I didn't. Cave workbenches are the most useless thing in the world because of the cost of maintaining light near them for long enough to actually use them. Okay, so we have another plan. We definitely have another plan. I think the first order of business might be to go back and break down that cave workbench. It's certainly going to need a hacksaw. Didn't we have 2 hacksaws up north? I guess it's fine. I think we left the 2 hacksaws at Black Rock, which is okay because we can use them to make scrap metal that we use at the mill that's over in Black Rock. So that's okay. I'm just curious how many hacksaws we have currently over at the main base. Man, I mean, sunny weather, no wind, no wolves, middle of the day. I feel so cozy here in Coastal Highway. It's like coming home, literally and figuratively and emotionally. The only thing I need to not happen is for a pack of wolves to spawn on the ocean, not the ocean, on the ice right in front of me. That would be the only thing that could ruin my day. The only thing. I'm trying to think. There might even be a useless cave workbench on the way to Desolation Point. I think that place has one of those sort of interior rooms with a workbench that you would never actually lug the firewood and whatnot to use. Oh, you know what? I forgot to fill the storm lantern. Rip. Oh well. Surely we'll never be going back north. And even if we do, we can go back and forth at least a couple of times, as long as we're not too slow with the amount of fuel that lantern still had. Home sweet home. I do need to be careful because I have been spawned on by wolves here. Even going across this very patch of ice. Because usually there's some kind of a pack that's just north of Misanthrope's homestead on the ice. It's either here or it's somewhere in the middle here. We'll just have to keep an eye out. It's like the only non-Timberwolf black wolf pack. I suppose, except for that one that's by Crystal Lake and Timberwolf Mountain. More like Timber No Wolf Mountain. No, there's plenty of wolves. That's no Timberwolf Mountain. Okay, let's finish up eating whatever we can. We are getting close to the point where we're going to be losing carry weight. Actually, we're already losing carrying weight from fatigue. So let's just be a little quick. A little schnell. Yeah, but other than that, what else is there to say? Other than, I really do appreciate the watercolor aesthetic they sort of went with all the sky and the textures. I think it goes quite well schematically with the medium poly meshes that they have. My understanding is that the team that made this is quite small. So I think this is actually a very, very good choice given the resources they had available to them. It's definitely something to keep in mind if you ever want to develop a game on this scale. You probably are going to be better served not going for photorealistic, because even AAA studios will blow tens or hundreds of millions of dollars chasing that dragon. Still no wolves. Unless? Still no wolves. Okay. I think we should be safe. The only thing we're not safe from is not being able to sleep till dawn, unfortunately. I suppose we could do some reading this evening to match things up a little bit closer, but it will be tough. It will be tough. Does anyone remember exactly how much food we left back here? My current recollection is that when we were preparing to head north, the food was actually getting extremely low. But I think we hunted one last bear before heading north and maybe even cooked all of its juice. So I am hoping that we're pretty stocked up on food. Oh yeah. Last 3 miles of the trip home is where all the accidents happen. So let's just keep our eyes out still, even though there shouldn't be any wolves up ahead. If there were going to be wolves to the left, by now they'd be there, and they're not. Let's just keep our noggin active. Actually, you know what? Let's not take the trouble to head back north. And I say head back north, I mean go back to the cave and see if we can break down that workbench to get a workbench of ice from it. Instead, let's put a pin in that, and if there is a workbench in the cave on the way to Desolation Point, we'll pick it up there. We'll break that one down. We still, if we do make a workbench, well, one, we're going to need to figure out what it takes to make a woodworking bench, and that's probably going to be a whole bunch of wood. And then we're going to need 15 cedars, I think it was. 15 cedars to make a workbench. Each cedar weighs half a kilogram, so that's not too much, but 15 cedars is... We'll have to break down at least 5 cedar limbs to get it. And so that's going to be a long time, because each one is going to be something like 45 minutes to do. And it's also going to be at least 10 condition on a hatchet. So we are hoovering up whetstones, but I do want to check the hatchet situation and what kind of numbers we have for those. There should be a bunch, because I have been picking hatchets up off of the beach for a while. Okay, there's one of our friends. There's usually a bunch more of them. Okay, we'll pop inside, see if we can grab a save, because you never know when the game will
This
crash.
pack is getting too heavy to carry.
All right, car batteries. That's good to know. These things are all cured. Actually wasn't too much to cure. So, also cured bear hide. I'm going to feel even better about not using 100% of the hide to fix up this bearskin bedroll. Okay, but for now, we'll drop all the pelts. We have a bunch of cabinets up here in the kitchen that just have crafting materials. Just a ton of cabinets. Like all these 3 up here, I think they're completely filled with crafting materials, and maybe even one of the cabinets down here. Yeah, look at all these guys. So I think what we do is we drop all the hides down here just on the floor. Ooh, cured got 41%. That's kind of low. Let's keep that just because we can use it later. And it's light enough. Yeah, 16 cured gut at 94%, 8 at 97%. Very nice. The saplings are a fundamentally different kind of craft than the pelts. So we'll put those somewhere else. You've returned from the outdoors. Very scary. We've returned from the outdoors too. All these wolf pelts and the black bear hide. We can actually... We'll put all the cured pelts here. Cured birch sap we can drop over here. Because for the first time, while we can, I believe... Yeah, look at all these hatchets and hacksaws. That's very nice for us. Where, though, are all of my arrowheads? I think they're in here. Okay, we have 9 extra arrowheads, tons of birch saps. In fact, let's also drop all of these. I could have sworn I had a ton of arrow shafts. Where did those go? Well, I suppose they're gone now because they probably got left back up at Ash Canyon. Yeah, you know what? I'm almost certain I forgot to pick them up from the ice fishing hole where I dropped them when we went back up to check the... Yeah, when we went back up to check the Homesteader's Respite. You've been doing some shooting. You've decided you want to make an extra $350 and get revolvers in dual wield because it's... You just tried dual wielding revolvers. Here's our food. Tons of food. Perfect. I feel like revolvers are the least sensible thing to dual wield simply on account of the reloading is a very involved process. All right. Drop all the coal. And let's see, what else can we ditch? What to dump? Ooh, a bunch of these fire strikers. We no longer need to be carrying around 6 fire strikers. Yeah, look at all these hatchets we have. Actually, let's also hoover up the flasks to see how many we have. Reloading is slow, but you're not going to be getting into any high-paced shootouts anytime soon. That's what they always say right before it happens. Yeah, just look at all these hatchets. We are not going to have any trouble cutting down enough trees to make a workbench. Okay, lots of whetstones, which I suppose means we can drop these whetstones here. Actually, what do we have up here? Water, tools, stone, it's all fine. My storage here is a complete mess. Firearms, some more fishing tackle. You know, I meant to drop some fishing tackle. Where did I mean to drop it? I don't remember. We'll take these to replenish. Heavy hammer, that's fine. Hunting rifle is fine. 2 more flasks, that's good. Revolve. A bunch of extra bows. And here's the second woodworking tools. Also need the cash because you wanted a ballistic dummy to shoot. I mean, you do you. I suppose if you've got a range where you can set it up, it's not a bad idea. Fuel, that fine. Expensive, yeah. So I'd imagine they are expensive. Whether that's, you know, buying the stuff to make the gel yourself or buying a pre-made one. I'd imagine buying a pre-made one is more expensive. And I would also imagine a big part of the expense
I wonder if I can drop any of this
is
gear.
probably going to come from shipping if you buy it pre-made. Because those things have to weigh, what, at least 40 pounds, right? No, 40 is maybe a bit too much. At least 30, I'd say. I would estimate. All right, here we can put in all of our fire strikers and a bunch of our matches. Yeah, that's pretty good. And even the accelerant that we'll never use. Actually, we'll keep that on us. Just to drop if we need it. Okay. Medical. Medical is pretty okay, except we don't need all these energy drinks. We probably only need at most 1. So do I have any energy drinks anywhere else? Or maybe the better question is, where was I stashing the medical? Probably here. You're on the site. Head and shoulders is 300, but a full torso and head is 1,115. Does the head and torso also come with, like, ribs inside? Because that, I could imagine, is really boosting the price. Yeah, even a head and... You know what? I bet 1, 2, 3... We have 4 flasks here. I feel like we probably dropped some flasks somewhere else. Wait, hold on. What am I dropping? We're dropping this. Okay. All these flasks. Organs, ribs, realistic skin, everything. That is probably a big part of the price. Figuring all that out and how to do it. It's also probably rather time intensive to do as well. To make all the individual parts and put them together inside. Okay, what else can we ditch? So these, the hacksaws and the... We'll keep 1 hacksaw. And we'll also keep 1 hatchet for now. I suppose we can drop the extra knife. Not anticipating needing it, but you never know. Also, the woodworking tools. We don't need both of these. In fact, we don't need either of them while we're running around. Oh yeah. Food-wise, we can put coffee aside. Full body, legs, hands, arms, basically an entire body, yeah, for 6,000. Wow. It's expensive. And I would imagine a large part of that price is that they don't do very much volume. They don't sell a lot of them, I'd imagine. And so they kind of need to make the best of, you know, they need to make it worthwhile keeping that as something they create. I was about to drop something, right. I was about to drop most of this coffee. In fact, most of this tea as well. 220 pounds. That's also going to be very expensive to ship. if you think about it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if at least $100 or $200 was just the shipping. Would not surprise me one bit. Now let's drop the tin, and we'll drop that. Plenty of herbal tea for deliciousness. Okay. Now, what else can we drop? From the top, firewood's fine. Medical's fine. Actually, so antibiotics, good to have. Burdock, antibiotic, that's fine. Old man's beard. For infections, that's good. Painkillers, that's good. As long as we have old man's beard wound dressings, we probably don't need so many prepared birch barks. Is this where we had medical? No, we had medical over here. Yeah. Just in case, let's have a stem. And we can swap. Yeah, so many prepared birch barks. Let's keep a couple of them. And we can also dump. I hope. No, it's bugged. It's bugged, Jim. We can dump these purification tablets because they're surprisingly heavy. 2 bandages is probably fine, especially, well, it's not a lot of cloth. It's a nice number of crow feathers. A very nice number. And stump remover. That, I think, goes over here where the gun stuff is. Or do I not have... Did I bring all that somewhere? Not here. Oh, it's up here in the cabinets. Because it's crafting material. I just don't... Here we go. Here we go. This is a lot of gunpowder we can make. Yeah, let's have these cabinets just be only pelts and guts. And also cured leather. Pelts, guts, and cured leather only here. Crow feathers. Take all the saps. All the saps. All the sticks. All the scrap metal. Okay, that's okay. We will drop sticks here. For 7K, you can make it not like the average one and give it the actual skin and not the usual clear gel skin, so it looks like a realistic mannequin. And when you tear it open, it has organs and blood, so it looks like a human weird. That, if I was to bet, I bet the only customer for that is probably either hospitals or the government as like military training medics. And 2, if the government is their only real customer for those things, it makes sense that the prices are so high. Or a serial killer, come on now, think about it. The serial killer is just going to go out and get the real thing. They don't need a fake. All right, here's a bunch of arrow shafts. Actually, if there's so many arrow shafts there, let's put all of the arrow things in this cabinet. Which would be things like crow feathers. Put all those in, except for maybe a handful, because you never know when you'll need some fire-hardened arrows. Actually, that's all we... No. We also put in arrowheads. Okay, that's good. And what was I going to drop here? Yeah, or rich Republicans who's putting a liberal face on it. Or rich liberals who put a Republican face on it. You know, it seems like people are particularly bloodthirsty nowadays on both sides of the aisle. The stick can go outside, and the stump remover and dusting sulfur. And also the scrap metal. Where do we want to put these? Open back up. I suppose this is kind of a mess, but that's fine. This is also kind of a mess, but it's also kind of fine. Well. I guess we can... Oh, wait, hold on. I saw a branch. All these birch saps, all these maple saps, and scrap metal. I suppose we can put the scrap metal in the stove. And the dusting sulfur and stump remover in the stove. Yeah, that's okay. That should definitely be okay. All right, drop all the sticks, or all the branches, saplings. The sticks can go outside. And we also want to drop the bear hide over here so it starts curing. Over here so it starts curing and doesn't cover anything up. Okay. Clothing is upstairs. Let's start dropping some of the cured leather, like the manufactured processed leather. Put that over here. And yeah, we'll ditch a bunch of sticks. Oh, also, hold on. Old man's beard lichen. Well, there's not so many lichens. We can make those. We can make dressings later. All right. It is foggy AF. Tinder plugs. You are completely full, and tons of coal. Love to see it. You are completely full with also burnables. And you have meat and stones. Let's start by dropping most, but as always, not all, of our sticks. And then, it's been almost 2.5 hours since we started stream. For health purposes, I think let's take about a 5-ish minute break here. We can enjoy the gentle lapping the waves against the shore of the ice bay. All right, so take a quick walk. Although I suppose Bobby just came in from the outside. Maybe this doesn't apply to you. You know, take a walk, get the blood moving, do some pull-ups, do some stretches, rehydrate. I need to do that. Fill up these glasses, and be back in a few.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
All right, we have returned, and it seems like the sun has retreated. So, orders of business. One, I think we can already sleep until dawn. Perfect. So we'll sleep until dawn. We've already got a bunch of charcoals. This is certainly more charcoals than we need. We're kind of borderline light. Borderline lightweight carry mode. Okay, let's think. Sleep until dawn. Figure out the food and water situation. And then I think what we do is we head over to Mystery Lake and then Forlorn Muskeg. Now, on account of certain weather events, there's a non-zero probability that we get a brownout / blackout situation. So if I just suddenly freeze, you know what happened. Or I suppose it would be more drastic than just a freeze. It would be the whole stream just ends immediately. But it shouldn't be. Not yet. You're curing. You're fine. Now, we don't need the Hacksaw. For now. Hatchet could be useful. I'm certain we can drop all this ammunition. Because surely I wouldn't have left behind a rifle or a revolver somewhere in the Forlorn Muskeg. Well, it's not impossible that we can't find one in the location that we've not been yet. But that's a problem for future Yuchi. What else can we dump? Spray paint, I guess we can, I don't know, decide what to do. Oh, these whetstones. where were we going to put the whetstones? With the other whetstones, W is for... Here we go. There we are. And now... Yep, that's fine. 2 cooking pots is a little bit decadent. Yeah, 2 cooking pots is a little bit much. Yeah, so now I think the only thing left is get some water, get some food. Yeah, we could get a bunch of food. And move out. Decepticons roll out. Yeah, that's what, almost 10 kilograms of delicious moldy bear meat? I guess it's more like 8 because some of these are not full. Okay. Great. Actually, let's drop this MRE inside. Oof. A lot of rain and a little bit of thunder. So keep your fingers crossed. If I was an MRE, where would I be? I would be here. Perfect. Really, all we need to do is get to Mystery Lake. Because halfway there, we have a base. But at the same time, I don't anticipate really needing to stop by or anything or pick up anything. Yeah, this is fine. Let's go. Let's go. I actually remember, how do we get there? Past Jackrabbit, through the fishing camp, and up into the mountains. Oops. Accidentally a meat. Oh yeah. Lots of thunder. Oh. A very good deal of thunder. Oh, there we go. Oh, and you know what? We can also walk along the beach and see if anything nice washed up. Bet something nice did. Man, it's really raining here. All right, what is this? Oh. Okay, just a bunch of junk fish. Actually, these fish are pretty big. Heavy though. So that's going to be a pass from me, dog. Locker's empty. Alright, what you got over here? More fish? Man, usually next to these paddles there's something nice like a fishing line or something. But I guess not. Not this time anyway. Yeah, more paddle, more fish. Is this all you got? For the most part anyway?
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Okay, firewood. I guess it's alright. Always say yes to a birch bark. And a cloth. You know, there hasn't been very much good stuff here yet. On the shore, I mean. But hey, it's free, so what can I really complain about? Other than possibly falling into the ice accidentally. Alright, where's our fishing town? I think... Yeah, I think we follow this ridge to the right here. One cent mark. I suppose we do have a bunch of meat on us. Alright, what are you? Ah, interesting. Now, it doesn't make much sense that scrap metal can be washed up onto this ice shelf, but it is what it is. And because I do enjoy finding a scrap metal, I'm not going to be complaining. Well, at least I'm not going to be complaining too much. This looks like firewood, what do you say? Oh. That's just a stick. Just a stick, he says. Don't mind doing a couple of firewoods, just in case we need to, 1, warm up. Orlan Muskeg is very cold. And 2, make some water. We've certainly got plenty of charcoal. Here we go. Yeah, this is the good stuff. This is what I like to see next to a paddle. Broken arrow. My second favorite thing to find. Third favorite thing. It's unbroken arrow first, hatchet second, broken arrow third. Okay, now I'm pretty sure I remember that there's a way up into the hills just on the other side of these houses. There's definitely a way around to the left, but I think that's longer. I also think if we skew too far to the left, I'm worried that there's going to be a wolf there. I do believe that it is entirely possible for wolves to be up in the hills. Or at least wolf singular to be up in the hill. Alright. That doesn't look walkable, so let's go under and around. Yeah, we go up this way, I think. Can I please walk over a little bit of snow? A little late to tell me about the fishing camp. We're just leaving. Oof. It's a little bit dreary outside. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's a decent chance that there's a wolf somewhere in this vicinity. Oh. There we go. Probably around to the left there, I want to say. Yep, I hear the awoo. But is that just the one far away Awoo? Or is it masking a closer Awoo? I thought I heard the clop of a hoofprint. But no. Not a single clop. Alright, unfortunately, not seeing any wolves here does mean that I think the wolf I heard is probably on the road ahead of us. Keep getting trolled by this guy. We'll see when we get there. Crow. Alright, what have we got going on up here? Nothing. Okay, so maybe the wolf is down in this valley to the left. Okay, this is pretty good. It is taking time. And I'm just thinking about how far we have to go. Maybe we spend the night in the camp office by the lake. I guess we'll see when we get there. Exactly how close to the evening it is. Because I'm just thinking about the Forlorn Muskeg. If we turn north and charcoal up north first... That shouldn't take very long. But the other part... And that sounded like a deer? Question mark? Oh, what was that noise? Was that a deer noise or was that a moose noise? Who honks? Surely there's not space for moose up here, right? What is that? Okay, it's a deer. Alright, let's head over to my least favorite place, the ravine, and prepare to very precariously walk across some train tracks. Very precariously. That's the wolf I heard. Easy walk. The one time I died, can't believe I just didn't wait until dawn to walk over this bridge over here. So silly. Alright. Now, certainly, there are no predators in this entire region. The only predator is gravity. And it's bad enough. Oh my goodness, it's so nice to walk fast. Right, and then left. Just be a little bit careful here. Oof. Oof. What is that bump to the left? Jeez. Or bump to the right. Okay. Feeling good. Is it just me or is the trestle moving a little bit? I don't know and I don't like it. So let's not stay here. Let's also be very careful crossing over to the fallen tree trunk to cross the ravine. We don't break a leg again because of invisible walls. Invisible walls, the bad dev's crutch. Like, oh, I didn't design this level properly. Let me just do something that makes no sense. And probably mess it up while I do. Hopefully that thunder is far enough away that it's not my problem. Okay, what have we got? A suspiciously brightly lit cave. Not that you'll hear me complaining. Actually, I'm just thinking about the fatigue cost in traversing. Oh, that was kind of close. The fatigue cost in traversing from, say, base to Mystery Lake. And we're almost down. We're down a little bit more than a quarter, maybe a little bit less than a... No, it's just a little bit more than a quarter of our fatigue. By the time we get all the way to the camp cabin, we're probably going to be down at least more than half. That's kind of a lot. I suppose it's decently far, but I always had the suspicion or the feeling that as long as we weren't doing too many detours, you could get from one place to the other without too much difficulty, but there's actually still quite a ways to go. But honestly, after Ash Canyon, I have zero qualms, zero fear about crossing a tree trunk that is spanned over a ravine. I think I might even say that only that train trestle bridge, the broken bridge that we just crossed, that might be the only thing that I like worse than those freaking... worse than those swinging bridges, those swinging rope bridges. Okay, let me up. There we go. Almost noontime. Where are the deer at? Weather is getting worse. Substantially. Across here. Yeah, okay, we don't have to go back across, we can just head inland on the left side and eventually link back up to the train tracks. I'm not sure whether or not this overcastness is threatening a blizzard. It's maybe a step towards it, but there's no wind yet and there's no fog. So I'm pretty happy for now. for now, he says. All right, come on. Give me the train tracks. Okay, deer, not moose. Just because it has antlers doesn't mean it's a moose. Although you should probably always assume that it's a moose first. Just for defensive purposes. Buddy, where are you going? Alright, here we are. Here we go. Closer than I thought it was. Oof. Every time there's lightning outside, I'm flinch thinking that it's going to kill my power, which wouldn't be great. As far as things are concerned, that would not be one of the best ones of all time. It wouldn't be one of the worst ones. But it also wouldn't be one of the best ones. Alright. We'll eat and drink a little bit. And we'll be careful because there's at least 3 places along this path that may very well have wolves. Actually, another thing. If we cut left here, I think maybe there's some bits over here that I haven't charcoaled. Let's actually go left. And if we have to put some wolves in their place, so be it. But let's be prepared to do that. Alright, show me what you got. Nothing. Alright, so we are... Might as well pop a char to put these trailers on the map, huh? And it didn't even work. Well, that's fine. Alright, hang around to the left. Get to the wolf-befouled little meadow field. Actually, that isn't a woo very far away on that bend in the train tracks up there. Maybe, hoping against hope, perhaps this is the way to go to avoid fluffy obstacles. Except there's one right there. So let's maybe try to sneak by him. Oh, I can't believe that worked. I cannot believe that worked. Alright, we'll check the dude. We have 1 scent mark. I don't know if that's enough for him to hunt us from this distance. Okay, we'll pop a char at this here, this gap, this pass. Okay, it looks like Buddy isn't chasing us. So as long as he doesn't have a friend over here, which he might, I think we're safe to do a little bit of surveying. Listening for paw pads. I don't hear any. Okay, nice. And then one more in the next meadow over. Probably over by those rocks or something. What do we see? Do we see anything? No. Do we see anything? No. No, nothing. Which means I think we chose well. I think we chose very well, coming to the left instead of the right. Alright, show me what you got. You have a simple arrow and a rifle cartridge. I would prefer the arrow over the cartridge any day of the week. Well, not the days of the week that I have a rifle and not a bow. I wouldn't prefer it on those days. little bit closer. Maybe we'll get the rabbit. Ooh, maybe we'll get the rabbit grove and the hunter's blind if we pop right here. Ooh, it's raining quite a bit again. All right, we didn't get either. Unfortunate. But that does look like map edge. We just need to hope that there's nobody at the entrance to the lake on the north side. I haven't heard any woos from that direction yet. So maybe I'm holding out hope. Rabbits mean we should be safe here. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, let's pop one here. Very nice, but if it goes around to the left, we might have to do another. If that's just the edge, though, and there's no real way to get back up here, then I think we should be pretty much set for all of Mystery Lake. I didn't even realize this place was unsurveyed. I guess it's a good thing we came this way. Ooh. And there's even a bunch of saps over here. Well, I don't mind if I do. You got an arrow? No. But I will take a feather or two. And a sap or 5. This is... What a generous grove of birch saplings. And we can actually drop all these at the camp cabin. Because surely the multitudes of saplings that we have over at the Misanthrope's homestead is enough. And just to fill this out, let's pop one here. Okay, that was nowhere near where I thought it was. But that's also fine. It's also very fine. Because I suspect that there's probably not a way to get over here. I remember this being something like a cliff. So let's just head back. Back to the mid-base. Well. I still haven't heard any kind of a woo over in this direction. So maybe we're good. That is an awoo. And he's kind of in a very inconvenient spot. I think we can go around. He's skewing to the north. I think we can go around the south. Yeah, this should be doable. Yeah. If we can go to the left of this rock here, it's absolutely doable. If not, it's probably still okay to go around to the right. Probably. Don't keep going down this way, bud. Come on. Okay, this is... yeah, we have a path to the left here. Easy. Very simple. As long as he doesn't catch scent of us, which, with the wind's direction, he might. But actually, that's still okay, as long as we can get around. Yeah, he is moving with a purpose. I think he's already hunting us. Yeah. Yeah, but we're far enough ahead that it is A-okay. A-okay. Or as some would say, A-o. Okay. probably not even going to see us. As fast as his cute little legs can pitter-patter across. You got played, son. You got played. I think he lost us. Perhaps one of the benefits of only having a single scent mark. Wow. It has been a long time since we've been here, and still the cattail plants have not grown back. So now I am pretty sure that these cattails that sometimes grow, I'm pretty sure that they are non-renewable resources. Alright. It is getting into the evening. What's our food situation here? Okay. Some fish and some venison. That's a decent amount for a way station. Decent amount of firewood. What have we got inside? We have... could be more water. Cloth. Tons of lantern fuel. Tons of maple saplings. Who in their right mind would need that many bows? What else?
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Bunch of cured stuff. Wolf and deer. Suppose it makes sense based on the location. Anything else? Sapling, sapling, sapling. Let's just consolidate a little bit. Firewood can go outside. Stump remover is not really useful here. We'll put a pin in that. Dusting sulfur, again, not really useful in this direction. The closest place to use it is in Bleak Inlet. Matches, fine. Scrap metal. If we're going to the Rickon, we can bring the scrap metal with. Simple arrow is fine to leave here. But maybe you want to leave it in the one. First off, we don't need to leave 11 of them with a bow that's only 31%. And second off, probably don't need 11. Let's swap bows, actually. And leave maybe 5 arrows. And a couple beaters. Okay. Oof. Windy, dark, rainy.
Feels like a lot of gear.
It is a lot of gear, Mackenzie. Oh, this is a lot of hides. Pick all these guys up and put them on the ground so they're a little bit more visible to see. Whetstone can stay, Storm Lantern can stay, you never know when you'll need it. More firewood can come out. Don't need all these firearm cleaning kits here. All the sticks can come out. A little bit of water inside is fine. And it's meh for medical, but I guess it's fine. Oh my goodness, we're limping. We're limping over here. Revolver can go there, and then all of our pelts can go on the rug. And my oh my, do we have a bunch of them. Hides, deer hides, so many deer hides. So many rabbits, so many wolves. Actually, a lot of wolves. Like a lot. The guts go with guts. And you, alright. Green saplings can go on the ground to cure. You're cured, you're cured. And you can go in the cure pile. Second to last order of
I
business.
can barely walk with this much gear.
Drop all of the extra firewood out here. Drop you, and ooh, that is a lot of cedar. And a lot of coal. Let's keep one coal just in case we need to burn something in the muskeg to stay warm. But otherwise, you know what? Could probably, if I had an extra cooking pot, I'd leave it here. Let's see if we have any recycled cans, because otherwise I'm going to want to leave one behind at least for water generation purposes. Okay, here's one. Because this place isn't great on food, but it's so close. It's so close to the lake that it's easy to get fish. We can take these charcoals. There we go. Okay. That's a good situation. And now, yeah, I think we just read to align when we wake up with the dawn. Which is maybe 4 hours? Actually, we're probably not going to get through all those because reading is thirsty work.
Dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
Can't focus on research when you're thirsty. I beg to disagree. Okay. And then, of course, we'll sleep till dawn and then we'll squirt right through to the
I need
muskeg.
to find a place to rest.
And I think let's read for 1 more hour, and then we'll be comfortably into the dawn. Very comfortably. Alright, good. Actually, I do want to pick up, we're going to need more water. And there's no point in leaving this leader in the file cabinet because I'll never remember that it's there. We go back. I don't think there's room on the first floor for the bearskin bedroll. But I do remember that there are beds up this way. Right about here. Okay. Bed, sleep for however long it'll give us. And then let's start doing work on that muskeg. Oh yeah. A little bit of dehydration damage, you know how it is. Such things happen. It is the way of the world. Let's also drop that dusting sulfur and stump remover. Because maybe we'll pick it up on the way back. Drop you, and drop you. Alright, now, it's not the best thing in the world that there's a blizzard right now. Especially because it's quite cold. And especially because really, well, one, we're not going to be able to do any surveying as long as the blizzard is here. And also, really, the only shelter in the muskeg is that train. There are train carts about halfway through the map, which are it's kind of a walk in a blizzard. We'll see. I think we'll be able to survive long enough that we can maybe outlast this blizzard. And at the very least, certainly I'll be a little bit stealthy in the blizzard, right? Once we get to the muskeg, there are really only 2 things that I'm thinking about. First thing is there is a bear somewhere in the north. I don't know exactly where its roaming grounds are, but I've seen it in the northwest. Now, that's not going to be where we're going, but I don't know how far afield it will stray from where I saw it before. The second thing to think about is down in the southwest,
Someplace to escape this cold.
where there is kind of a broken down homestead. And also, I think there's a forge there. There's a wolf pack, a black wolf pack. And those guys could be a problem if they try to all jump on me at the same time. Okay, well... And another concern is, of course, in the blizzard, we're starting to get wet. So we can't exactly just sit around or walk around wherever we please. Yeah, with this blizzard here, we're just gonna have to follow the train tracks and get to the train car. We'll get to the train car, we'll start a fire. It's a good thing we brought this coal. I will pick up any sticks on the way. I don't think we have time. Well, 20 minutes for 7 sticks. I think we'll survive. How's our wetness? Alright, not the worst. Actually, I think the blizzard's already letting up. Because otherwise the fog wouldn't be lifting here. Perfect. Okay, that's good. Let's see if we can warm up maybe in a windbreak. Or we can just start a short little fire. Wow, actually directly to the point where we can probably do some charcoals. It settled down that fast. Show me the windbreak. Can I warm up? No, not quite good enough. Okay. So, I think the first char we want to pop is going to be right on this lake area here. Let's see if we can snuggle up against the edge of the cliff. And then we will start a fire there. On the lake. To melt the ice, to fall through the ice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this should be okay. As long as the wind doesn't turn around and snipe us. Which it has done before. Here, we got a stick. We got some wood matches. We got a fire. Okay, but do we just have sticks?
Come on.
We do just have sticks. 12 sticks is a lot of sticks. Water. Well, we've got time. Probably 1 liter of water. It's certainly going to work time-wise. We have about 2 and change, almost 3 liters of water. I think that should be enough to go all the way through here, depending on how many days we have to sleep. I think it should be fine. Okay, first order business. Speed this up to warm up and do other things. 38. I can probably sneak in another half liter. There we go. Alright, now. Unfortunately, it's become somewhat foggy. It might be too foggy to charcoal. Let's find out. Certainly not, though, right? Certainly not. And? Great. Love to see it. Oh, that's pretty good, too. I am content with calling that the map edge. It might not be exactly, but I'm content. Because there's really no way to go to the left over there. So now we head up, follow the cliff on the right side. And see if we can fully fill this in, or if we're going to have to get the donut hole separately. Is that just a tree limb, or it is just a tree limb? Many tree limbs, actually. And this over here looks suspiciously walkable, like we can go up to this cliff top. And if we can, that's where we want a charcoal. If we can't, then I suppose we can just charcoal from kind of high. But we are over encumbered a little bit. We can't stay on steep for forever. This is looking a lot like a dead end. Unless there's a way around to the right there, which there might be. We'll check it. But first I want to check this little gap up here. It might be too steep, because after all, what could possibly be back up here, other than more invisible walls? We'll see. Might be able to cheese it over. And... okay, that's going to be a no from me, dog. Can we get on some flat, please? There we go. Okay, reset the timer. And head over here. It doesn't look like there's anything up on this ridge, though. Ooh, I don't like going across, though. I have a bad feeling here. Kind of a bad feeling. Can we get on flat, please? Yes. All hail the glorious crampon. Yeah, this is nothing. There is certainly nothing up here. Alright, well, it's not the worst thing to happen, because it just makes the char that much stronger. Alright, now what do we need? We need to go kind of down to the hill. Yeah, we need to go to the hill in front of us. Because otherwise, if we head north immediately, there is going to be a gap, and we can zigzag it. We can zag the zig. Yeah, especially since this is just a tiny little nub here. So we'll hit the nub, and then we'll just go kind of... after we hit the nub, we'll head north, and try to stay on the north edge. That should simplify things. Although, by the time we double back to get whatever we missed... Well, we have enough food and drink. We should be fine. Top of this hill. And then we'll head over and see what all the hubbub is about over there. The crowbub. That, I can't tell, but it doesn't look like a deer. Not from this distance, anyway. Okay, so... yeah, right about here, isn't it? Let's see what we get. And? Perfect. Actually perfect. Head over, and this water... I think is the next spot. Actually, we'll go this way. I suspect I'm a little bit turned around. Well, not turned around, but... I think that is more south than I think it is. That direction. Alright, the closer I get, the more it's looking like a deer. How are we on food? 1, 2, 3... 5 kilos of bear. I think we'll harvest this guy's meat. Yeah. Well, even I mean, 1.7 kilos is a lot, but it's also only going to take about 15 minutes. Or did that say 7 minutes? I think it said 7 minutes. Alright. Well, that's just even more of a buffer. Buffer of crow feathers. And let's not go too far over here before we snap a char. Well, that little rub marking there under the cursor, that's kind of ominous. Is this a moose location? Do we have to worry about moose here? Can we get up on top of this big stone here? Because that is like, that is harsh enough that I would be comfortable calling that a map edge. Let's just peek, because if the stone is accessible, and it looks like it is, maybe we can either see something, or maybe there's something up there. If I were a prepper's cache, I might be hiding up here. And in the off case, I actually suppose it's an on chance that there's nothing up here. I suspect we can also go down the other side and not lose too much time. All right, let me up. Let me up. Oh, God. You've got to be kidding me. Goddamn geometry. I'm always extremely terrified whenever that happens. All right. Fine, be that way. Should probably make some more bandages, though. One bandage is not a nice amount of bandages to have. All right. I don't see Jack up here, which means that was a complete waste. Except for that moose that we would have snuck up on. So that was a complete not waste. You know, sometimes things are just a little bit serendipitous. And also, this is a lot more north stuff than I was expecting would be here. Now, I do not dare try to sneak past that moose. And I think the moose is right about here. But if we go around to the south, and perhaps there's probably not a way up onto that stone. But if we go around to the south, I think there's probably a way to manage illuminating most of that area. We're about halfway down on charcoals. In my opinion, this wasn't even enough hill to break an ankle on. I'm almost certain it was just that busted geometry messing things up. Yeah, you know I saw it. I saw that little moose scratch mark. I knew there must be something here. The good thing we didn't walk around that corner into it. Jesus. That would have been a problem. That would have been a serious problem. Especially since we're already we're already missing a non-trivial chunk of health. Could have been very bad. And that looks like geometry that would be over a cave. If it is, we'll charcoal there to put the cave on the map. If it's not, we might charcoal there anyway. Well, I know there's no way in hell I'll be running around and getting all the cairns. But if it's right there, you might as well grab it, right? The otters like it here. But this game doesn't have otters. Okay, I think the worst of the rain where I am is tapered off. We shouldn't be at risk of a power loss anymore.
Could end up being
Uh,
useful.
Don't really need any of those except insofar as I can make cloth and cured leather out of it. Okay. It's not a proper cave, but it's good enough to charcoal. Yeah, as long as we can get a little bit around this rock, we'll be able to fill the rest of the area where the moose is without going towards the moose. More crows to the south. Probably nothing worth looking at. You never know if something interesting pops up. We'll see. Ooh, that actually kind of keeps going, doesn't it? It keeps going. And I also don't like how this fog keeps threatening to roll in. Alright, what do we see? What do we have and what do we see? I think we just went around, we're looking at this. We need to go, maybe... I bet if we can get onto that rock that's right ahead, that'll be a good place for it. We'll be able to see the moose. It should be too far away for the moose to walk up on us. Should be. I hope it is. And perhaps going up this way will even lead to a radio tower. There should be a radio tower somewhere up in the middle here. I remember that from the campaign. I thought it was more like more south. I did think it was more south, but I was also being chased by a bear at the time, so forgive me for misremembering. That's a wolf. Why is there a wolf on the rock that I wanted to go to? And why is it actually on the rock that I wanted to go to? Is he coming? Or is he going? We have 2 scent marks. Surely he smells us. What are you doing, bud? What are you doing, bud? Yeah, there is no way he'll miss us if we go up there. I think we're just going to have to fight. I think we're just going to have to fight and suck it up. Unless you're going to flee. I'm okay with that. I am okay with you fleeing because you see that I'm wearing your brethren. Now let's check out where that moose is. I hear you're hunting, bud. Pop. Well, on the plus side, well, on the downside, the arrow broke. On the upside, the arrow broke, so we don't have to chase that wolf. Alright, if I was a moose, where would I be? I should be right over there. There I would be. Okay, I think that he is too far away for us to worry about. So, cross our fingers, we close our eyes, and we can't map and... Of course the damn fog rolls in right now. Let's plop this bedroll down and take a nap. And what do we see, what do we hear? Even more fog. Great. Just great. Oh, I spoke too soon when I said that there was no more lightning here. Alright, what do we got? Still some bad fog. Just have to hope. Hope we don't roll an Aurora with the moose this close by. I have a feeling like that would be a bad time. This fog just doesn't quit, does it? I suppose another thing I could have dropped somewhere is all these firearm cleaning kits. Because we definitely don't need 3 of them. Not that they're particularly heavy. One short nap at a time. Come on, fog. Damn you. At least we're getting a little bit of our condition back. Come on, fog. There we go, but is it too dark? My charcoal is bugged. Come on. Is my charcoal still bugged? Can we draw the arrow back? Okay, we can. Now fix the charcoal. Not letting me survey. I don't know why. What if we drop the charcoal? I hear you, punk. I hear you, punk. You gonna run? No. Alright. So you had a friend. Demon Night Eyes. Alright, well, let's see if we can fix this charcoal situation. Yeah, it's just not. I suppose that's probably because it's just not showing me the weather is bad mark. So, we might be here a little bit longer than I anticipated. Might as well harvest Buddy, see if we can get some reading in. And then if it gets cold, we can start to sleep, use the bearskin bedroll. I think we should be...
I need to drop something.
all right until morning. Probably. Ooh. This weather, though. Perhaps? No. No luck. Alright. Let's read. Hope the moose... I mean, the moose didn't get us while we were sleeping. We should be fine, right? Sounds like a little bit of wind has arisen. But I suppose not. I suppose not. Can we? No, we can't. I wasn't expecting to be able to, but it's still a little bit disappointing. If we can read for 3 more hours, we should be able to sleep. It's too dark. Brother, it's the exact same lightness as it was 2 minutes ago. Let's try this again. Really? Okay, well, I just heard moose. Okay, so the moose isn't so far away. Maybe let's head up this hill. I think we should head up the hill. If there's any firewood, we'll take it. And probably even use it. Cooking would be a good way to pass the time. But otherwise, we just have the one pole. And a few sticks. And I'm not seeing much firewood at all, despite all these trees around. Over there, maybe? I'm not sure if I saw something on the ground. It could have been rose hips. Could have been a scrub brush. Ah, stick. Perhaps it's a scrub brush. There we go. And break you down by hand. How's our weather? Still foggy AF. The only way it could be this bright in all this fog in the middle of the night is if there's a full moon out. There we go. Right. Well, I can't see anything. I don't know where the radar station is, so what we're going to do now is we're going to eat, we're going to drink, and then we're going to start cooking. I think if we slept now, we could sleep until dawn. But I'm also hearing a little bit of wind in the background that I'm not liking too much. So let's get some food and drink while we can.
Come on.
And water, probably a liter and change. Stick-wise, probably going to need at least 2 hours to cook even a decent portion of this meat. Right, place more meat. It's the meat place. And then we double cook, because we will definitely need it. Might not even be able to cook all this meat in one go. What do we have? 3, 4 left? I suppose we could modulate with sticks. Yeah, that's what we'll do. All right, 39 minutes on you, which means we probably just need 2 more sticks. 40, 38, 4. Yeah, that's fine. This is going to be okay. All right. And now we can actually sleep until noon, which, with any luck, will be long enough for this fog to blow over. Because even if it got light, that fog would not give us a good time. Fingers crossed. I don't like this ominous music in the background. But nice. Very nice. We get some of these chars. We take a look at a moose from far away. Oh yeah, this is a very, very nice view distance. In fact, I don't even see the moose anywhere. Perhaps I scared it off. I am terrifying. Up. And any moose? Any moose? Yeah, what's with this stalking music? At any rate. Okay, that's exactly what I was hoping to find. Exactly what I was hoping to see. And the second thing, we look up the hill here, is... Oh yeah, that is definitely too steep to go up. And there is definitely nothing around on the left there. So this pocket is complete. Let's head over to, I guess, the horizon right there. That skyline. That's going to be our next spot. Yeah, we really did need more water, huh? Definitely did. Seems like every time I try to do something in this game, it always takes much longer than I anticipate. I thought surely, you know, the 8 kilograms of bear meat we left the coastal highway with would be more than enough. Overkill for coming out this way, doing all the surveying and coming back. But we ate almost half of it just to get here. We don't want to go too far inland. Yeah, maybe not all the way over to the horizon, maybe right about here-ish. Okay. That is, I mean, there's still a little bit of shadow, but that is sufficiently cleared up in my opinion. Let's see if we can get up into this hill. Yeah, this looks walkable. I think this is walkable. There's also firewood if we need it, which we kind of do. But for now, we'll just take sticks. Well, kind of in the sense that we don't have much. Oh, there it is. There's the radio tower. I was actually kind of getting worried about missing it at this point. It's both simultaneously kind of where I thought it was and also kind of not. Oh, no. No. We do not bump up against tall geometry, steep geometry. because that destroys what... Oh, come on now. That destroys whatever meter timer times out until you break an ankle. Is this... Come on. Seriously not walkable? Ooh, come on. Let's get down. There we go. Maybe if we go around to the right. Certainly this looks walkable. Really? Come on now. Really? Oh, shh. Where's Buddy? Oh, and he's behind us. How did you even see us, Buddy? I guess you were hunting. We have 2 scent marks after all. If that's not a way up, I believe I remember a way up around to the left here. Yeah, I don't think Buddy could follow us over that difficult terrain. But I am a little bit worried. We are moving into what I would consider to be possible bear territory. So we'll keep our ears out. Our ears peeled and our eyes out. Stick me, Seymour. Yep. Can we get on the rock? Yes. And around and flat. Okay, this is where I actually think I did exactly... Let's listen. I think I came exactly this way during the campaign, too. Any bears? No bears. And I actually didn't remember there being so much to the north here. Well, that'll need some charcoals. All right. Finally we reach the radio tower. The shortwave tower. That doesn't... I mean, maybe it's a shortwave tower, but it doesn't look too much like it. And again... Oh, there's a laptop here. Interesting. That kind of makes me want to wait until there's an aurora. And we could break down all these boxes to get reclaimed... Oh, hello, there's a body here. To get reclaimed wood. Was that the wolf that was chasing us? Or was that... No, that was just a tree stump. Alright, what have we got? Mysterious crow feathers under an overhang. We got some food. And some other things we don't really need.
This'll come in
I
handy.
will take the magnifying lens, though. Can never have too many. Alright. But the current order of business is 1, make sure there's no wolves. And 2, pop this sick char. Another backpack. Who
Never
knew?
would have thought to look here.
I wouldn't have thought to look there either. Alright. Pop, lock, and drop it. There's our wolf buddy. Okay, pretty good. And I suspect 1 or 2 charcoals there will do. And that's just cliff. We got the north bit, a little bit, we got the middle bit, and we can actually directly go. That's nice. That's going to work out pretty well. My one concern is that wolf. Also, why do there keep being random things in this direction? I'm wondering if that wolf is trying to make his way around. He definitely is. I hear his pitter-patters right underneath. So, we need a more advantageous location to fight. Which hopefully includes better sight lines than this. I think this will do. Yep, I hear you, punk. I hear you. You're quick, huh? And pop. Alright. I don't think we even need to harvest that guy. We have, in my opinion, plenty of food. a decent amount of water. In fact, the only real excuse would be to maybe gather some firewood, get even more charcoal, and wait and hope there's an aurora tonight. But that's kind of unnecessary. Oh yeah, we scrubbing it. We scrubbing the brush. And surely there has to be something interesting over in this corner, right? Let's see. And, oh, a deer. But not a female deer. But we have pretty much surveyed this. Let's see. 1.3 kilograms. Not bad. It's only 5 minutes. Let's pop one char up here just to make sure we get the map edge. I think we already did, but just to make sure. Over here, maybe. And then, yes, and then we can hit the waterfall over in that direction. And if we can find a cave, it's really the last thing I would look for to spend the night. Charmander. Yeah, that was barely anything. Barely anything. Okay. Getting kind of heavy. If we can find a cave, we'll come back for the wolf. If we can't, we'll just go. Maybe. Maybe. Might as well sprint. Although it doesn't really do much of anything, so it's probably not worth the fatigue loss. In fact, it's almost certainly not worth it. Click. And yeah. That'll do it. Do we pop the char from up on the rock? Or down, I think up on the rock. Rather than down in the waterfall. Alright, we're walking over here. We're walking Christopher style. Oh, that's actually... I think we keep going. This rock is nowhere near as high as I thought it would be. And could it be? I mean, this looks like a cave, right? Yes, it's nap time. It is, well actually, first it's let's not break a leg time. And we'll just, and it's interval. Very intriguing. Which means the char comes first. And actually, this is suspiciously enterable, or walk-upable. Could there be something behind the waterfall? There's only one way to find out. And that's going to be a no from me, dog, because that is not walkable. So we'll pop this char. I've got a strong suspicion there's something up here on the right. It may not be climbable. It may be too steep to hike. But I have a strong suspicion. Certainly if we go past that, it's going to be the pass that goes to Milton. Which might be the only mountaineering rope that I haven't deployed. Or did we go down and deploy that? I don't remember if we deployed it or not. I suspect I'd say it's 50-50. I wonder if we can get up this way. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is... Now up there, that might not be walkable. But let's see how close we can get. Because I wonder, can you climb around this? And this is looking steep. Oh yeah, that is definitely not intended. 100% not intended. Okay, to the cave, drop all the firewood. To the wolf, acquire all the meat. And then we combine those two things. And by their powers together, they are delicious. Probably not, actually. I think carnivores are not supposed to have a particularly good taste. Okay, at any rate, 27 sticks. Ain't nobody got time for 27 sticks. In fact, drop all, because we'll be right back. Still kind of heavy, though. What is so heavy? I suppose we still have a bunch of meat. Okay, now we can move fast. Move fast and break things. Might as well sprint. We're going to be spending the night, so no loss. In fact, it might only be gain. Mm-hmm. Alright, where's Buddy? Here's Buddy. Ooh, the thunder doesn't end. And take all you got. Might as well. Might as well.
I might have to drop some gear.
Alright, looking good. In fact, you know what? First things first, we pop a char right outside the cave to put it on the map. Second thing second, I suppose we could drop some food and water here, couldn't we? Have it be a little bit of an impromptu base. Not the best position, it's kind of out of the way. But it's also not that inaccessible. It's said to cave, not to cave system, so I don't think it leads anywhere. I've been wrong about that before, though. I've definitely been incorrect about that in the past. Alright. So, what we can do is we can start a fire, put some food on. We'll put some food on. We'll put a bunch of these sticks in. We can pull a couple of torches and head inside and see what we can see. Alright. Add fuel. Sticks. Good. Water. Let's do a 2-liter. And let's do a wolf meat. Because those take longer to cook. And just prepare ourselves, food and water-wise, to enter. Alright. That's right, take some torches. That's a good torch. And H for holster. And one more. I've seen better. I've seen better torches. I've seen worse. Okay. Another mountaineering rope that we certainly do not need. Oh, I also forgot to pop a charcoal here. Let's see. It looks... This feels like it's going to lead somewhere. It's already looking kind of intense. Ooh, holes. I'm an old king. Oh, storm lantern, that's nice. A fleece cowl, don't need it.
That'll come in handy.
Arrow research book, don't need it. Because I am already legs go long. Alright, we're opening up. What do we have here? I was kind of hoping that would be a dead end. It's looking a little bit more involved than I was anticipating. This was supposed to be just a tiny little cave. What's going on? Certainly this couldn't lead anywhere, right? Okay, well, there's a deer that apparently fell in from the ceiling. Not our problem. That hopefully leads from the other place, so I'm kind of hoping that it's
Too
just
much stuff to carry.
a donut or a figure 8 shape. Because the more sort of tailing off ends, the more kind of annoying it is to go back and forth between them. Okay. This keeps going. It keeps going and it keeps going. And it exits somewhere. Damn it. I was hoping exactly this would not happen. So let's see where we end up. Where are we? Come on now. More Forlorn Muskeg. This must be interesting. This must be the upper region. Right? Surely this is the upper region. Oh, two things. One, we can now check that climbing spot, see if we put a rope down there for Milton. Which, it doesn't look like we did. No, we definitely did not. Okay, so that means we can actually take that rope that was in the cave and bring it up here.
I'm not sure.
Okay, this is fine. This is okay. And actually double okay. What if I popped a quick char right here? Not super great, but I'm content with that. With this upper region being completely mapped. Okay, the only question is... I see. Okay, so Milton goes that way. Yes, Milton goes that way. And I just missed the cave. I think I have to pop another chart. Unfortunately, this almost guarantees, it all but guarantees, that our meat is burned and our water is boiled over. I gotta do it.
It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
Okay. Cave. Got it. That's fine. It's even better now. Let's go. I don't mind throwing the torch away because we now have a lantern. And I believe we also have a bunch of
I need to lay down.
lantern fuel we can refuel this with. Because it is kind of low on that front. In fact, let's do that now. Refueling a lit storm lantern. Certainly nothing bad could happen. We can explore later. For now, let's just try to head back and hope we find the right way back. I think I recognize this. I hope. I choose to believe that... There we go. We've recognized this campfire. We can take the charcoal from it. One lonely charcoal. And once we see the exit, one day we'll see the exit. Yeah, this is quite an involved cave, actually. Much longer and more complicated than I was anticipating. All right, we're back. Let's see how screwed our... Oh yeah, it did get burned. On the plus side, our water didn't boil off. It's a, I don't know. Do we have a tin can? Not directly, but... we do have something that can turn into a tin can. Oh yeah, this is big brain play here. And now we can do double duty while giving the meat the preferential cooking speed. Alright, certainly we can use a couple of these coals. Drop all, pick up 2 in case of emergencies. Actually, well, no. I was just going to say, if the forge down here at the Spence family residence, if the forge down here was more convenient, I would consider bringing all the coal down there. But if there really is a forge at the Rickon, that's going to be much better. And I was going to spray paint storage spot here, but the weather's terrible. So let's not do that. Oops. Cookity cook, cook, cook.
You could just lay down. Have a little sleep right here.
You could, and it would be a big sleep. Some would say the biggest sleep that's ever been slept. Alright. Yeah, this is good. I'm starting to think, based on the weather, we are probably not getting an aurora tonight. If I was to take just the slightest of guesses. Forgot about the venison. Plenty of cook time. Oops. Moldy, delicious venison. I misclicked that. I definitely misclicked that. And the final venison. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, you finished cooking. Okay, now, 2 hours, that would probably cook off. It's midnight, we can sleep until dawn. Let's... I think I want the water here. And the weather's not good anyway, so it's probably not going to hurt us too much to just wait for it. Basically just burn time.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
59 minutes. We can do probably 1.5 liters here, and it should cook and finish boiling, and then the fire will die. Okay, so we do not need 11 liters of water. Drop most of this. Might even drop a chunk of this food. In fact, I definitely will. We'll do With all the deer and bear, I think we're okay dropping this much wolf. Alright, next order of business. Head inside and nap. In our beautiful bearskin bedroll. Let's drink so we don't dehydrate and die of thirst. Fingers crossed, wake up with full condition. Which is my favorite amount of condition. Some would say there is no better amount of condition than full condition. Alright. Well, if it's not full, it's close enough.
I could eat anything right now.
Eat anything like this delicious wolf. I also didn't realize how close we were to starving just now. That would have been bad. Not the worst, because we can drop a bunch and we're not too over-encumbered, but still not great. Just eating all these things. 4 kilos should be alright for a while. Especially since I suspect there's going to be more wolves to fight. Interesting, I can see in the dark. Okay, we'll take the rope. And I guess it is almost noon. And we'll finish exploring this cave. Then we'll put the rope up the top. At that plateau, the overlook. But until then, we will do some detours in the cave here and see where we end up. Which, if I remember, means go right instead of left when it is available. Okay, so does this lead back around to the central cave like I thought it did? It's looking less promising now that there's a turn to the right that's possible. But this looks a heck of a lot like a dead end. Okay, good.
Wonder if the owner's around.
A revolver. And revolver ammunition. Not the worst things to find, but also not the best. Kind of heavy. And it's also empty. But we did get a full 10 rounds in that box. Which, really, could you ask for more? Not really. Okay. Is this the main entrance? The main room? Yes. And there is really only 2 exits. Okay. Okay, so all of the detours have been explored now. Although I am kind of curious if it's possible to get up on that ledge. If I've seen this type of room before, I suspect they might be reused Skyrim style. Perhaps there's a way somehow. I mean, it's not like there's anything there, so why bother, right? Yeah, not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble. There aren't even any detours up here. Absolutely not thinking about it. There we go. I can practically taste the mountaineering rope deployment. Yeah. Get me out of here. Let me out.
I need to drop something.
Ooh, that's foggy. I guess the weather did not improve at all overnight. It occurs to me that there is no way in hell that the laptop that's underneath the shortwave radio tower it could not possibly be still functional. Covered in snow. Every time there's an aurora, it's going to warm up and melt some snow and get just completely waterlogged. Alright, just skew to the left. And eventually we will find our climbing spot. So much birch. Was this birch really here when I came back here last? when I was just up here yesterday? I don't remember seeing it. Alright, there's our rock. The Rock of Ages. The one rock to rule them all. And now, I mean, I don't know if I would even call this a shortcut deployment, because if you think about it, as long as you can make it through the cave, which is like, you know, from here to, I guess it's over here past the waterfall, it's a long cave, but it's not a very long cave, and it's not long enough that I would consider preferring a climb of a mountain rope to just a quick little walk. Effectively a quick little jaunt through a cave. I don't know what the map designers were thinking when they made that one. Especially if the most convenient way to put a rope on that shortcut is to find the rope in the cave. It's like you already know the better. In order to enable the worst shortcut, you have to have found the better shortcut. Who knows what they were thinking? Following these footies. And there it is. You know, I do wonder, is there like maybe a cache up here somewhere? Because that place on the left does look kind of cheeky and useless otherwise. Over here somewhere? Probably not worth the trouble. Probably not worth the effort.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Head back through the cave. See if we can, I mean, at this point, I want to pop another charcoal to put the cave entrance on the map, the one on the lowlands. So, if we don't get really lucky with the weather, we might already be slated to stay the night again. Which I suppose isn't the worst thing in the world. We have a bunch of water, and that's plenty of excuse to start reading that book again. Alright. Yep, still pretty bright inside here. Also gives us another excuse to roll for an Aurora tonight. Okay, here's our switchback. Can't be far now. Come on, we like to move it, move it. I have a pretty good recollection of the terrain over in the southwest part of this map that we haven't uncovered. I think I'm already starting to put together a route for where to go and where to charcoal. That should be pretty efficient.
Something's gotta go.
So, there's this upper region here. This would be a good place to charcoal, maybe the edge, to get this area. And then, I believe, either over here or over here, this whole place on the left, it's an upper, higher area that I think you can only access from down here. But there's another shortwave radio with an overlook somewhere over in this left area here. It might even be by these cedar limbs. So we're going to head up there, charcoal on the way back, and eventually we're going to end up at the Spence family residence. And that should pretty much put a pin in the Forlorn Muskeg. Need to remember that guy though. Is the fog burning off? It might have burned off enough to put this on the map. Perfect. Alright, that's on the map. Let us... I'm of two minds now. Yeah, let's stay the night here. And let's also not forget to pick up non-potable. Are you sure? Are you sure that didn't boil over? That should have had plenty of time to boil off. That's annoying. That is very annoying. I suppose we can leave it here. water bottle. It's hard to tell the difference. Let's leave it by the fire. As a hint, you need to boil this still. Okay, so let's read, see if we can roll an Aurora. First off. I think it got extremely foggy again. It did. This place just loves fog, man. What is this? 1 hour? And couldn't get the second. But it's also fine because should probably be starting the naps anyway. But certainly with all this fog, we're not going to get an Aurora. As unfortunate as that may be. Well, fog is lifting a little bit. Let's see if it continues. Let's see if it continues. Not really. It's sort of plateaued. Okay, slurp, slurp. Finish drinking, and bear. No, venison. Do 2-hour increments on these naps. 2 hours is a brutal, an absolutely brutal amount of time to nap, though. Okay, so... well, the weather is completely cleared up, but I think it might be a little bit too late for an Aurora. I did not mean to travel. Why did it travel me? Why did it travel me? Oh, I guess because there's some cave hitbox. We'll wait for an hour. If I hear anything, I can stop. We'll wait for another hour. And we'll wait for 1 more hour. Okay, no luck. Sleep for 2. And then it should be, I mean, as long as the fog lifts, as always, but we should be decently into dawn. Feeling good about it. Yes, very nice. Okay. Let's make sure food is okay. We got 3 kilos and change.
I might have to drop some gear.
Actually, what are we carrying that's so heavy right now? I feel like there's probably something we can drop. Bow's fine. Actually, in case the bow breaks, it's kind of a good thing that we got this revolver. So let's load this up just in case we run into many more wolves than we can handle. Alright, that's good. What are we carrying that's so heavy? Do we have a bunch of firewood or something? Not really. So what is it? I suppose it could be... yeah. Suppose a decent chunk of it was that storm lantern. Can I please not lose the storm lantern? Okay. In the cave hitbox. Alright. Yeah. 2.5 liters. And what was that? Candy bar. And we do have a little bit more food that's processed. Alright, let's head out. First order business. Hit this right in the middle. So we go down until we get into the water. Well, I mean, we go down until the stream ends and we get into the pond area.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
And we walk out for a bit. But again, this middle area is bear territory. It keeps thundering. It never ends. I'm still not convinced that you could have water freeze at this angle. The creatures won't let you leave. Have you been trapped? You've been trapped in a roach motel, Cockroach? Or did the Ghostbusters get you while you were Gengar? Hat Creek. You can only walk on this creek while wearing a hat. What is that? What is that? Oh, that's a fallen wolf? Oh, that's probably the wolf that we shot that bled out. Okay, well, not our problem right now. Not our problem. And as far as popping a charcoal, we want to go about a third of the way to the train tracks. About a third, which is hard to tell because I can't quite see the train tracks. But I think if we just go maybe to this down tree trunk, that would be a good place for it. Assuming, as always, oh, you know what? I forgot to put a storage marker up there. It's fine. It's probably fine. Okay. Pop a char here. See what we get. Yeah, there's the hunter's blind. Fingers crossed. Okay. Not quite enough. I thought I heard paw prints, paw pads. I guess not, though. Alright, we'll head down a little bit farther south. Now, there is absolutely nothing over here to charcoal to put on the map. It's going to drive me crazy if there's a dark shadow there. That's a little bit, exclamation point, a little bit morbid. It's actually quite morbid. Let's hope the bear doesn't sneak up on us, but I think right about here ought to do it. Fingers crossed. Oh, you know what? Not only did I forget to put a mark at the cave, I think I also forgot to pick up the charcoal. Damn. Well, now we have to go back. That is extremely unfortunate. Okay, well, I don't mind... Ooh, please don't break. There we go. I don't mind doing a little bit of sprinting in this case. Don't mind one bit. Ah, that is frustrating. Oh well. It is what it is. Okay, so what do? We should probably hit that market charcoal in that order. In exactly that order. Now, can you imagine what kind of thigh and gluteus maximus strength you have to sprint up a hill that's this steep, especially when the hill is ice? Absolutely crazy. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Alright, it wasn't as far as I feared it was. But it still was a little bit expensive fatigue-wise. Just a tiny bit. Okay, first, mark. Which is the square. Here. Why does articulation make toys like 120 bucks now? Huh? Who knows? I won't pretend to understand it. charcoal. 8 charcoal. That's a nice number of charcoals. We can drop the busted thing. And I suppose it's the revolver that's extra heavy, isn't it? Okay, head down. Now we head down. And if I'm feeling cheeky, maybe we even go over here. Yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. Like we never even missed it. But I guess there's probably multiple aspects. One is just the general inflation, especially recently. And two, I would imagine that the articulation on the toys you're talking about that are, you know, 120 bucks is probably significantly better than the articulation that you might have seen, you know, however many years ago, just due to changes in materials and changes in manufacturing techniques. Map-wise, I think we want to do the charcoal from the top of that hill over there. That seems like a good place to do it. Oh yeah. And I'm also suspecting that the northern bear has vacated the premises. We probably only have the central bear to worry about. The Central Bear Committee. Yeah, I don't see any bear motion over there, do you? Surely not. Okay. Looking safe. 2 scent marks, which is more scent marks than I was hoping for. But I don't think there are any wolves nearby. So, actually... No, I think this is the spot. I think this is the... Okay, so not as far south as I thought we were. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, but not the end of the world. Oof. Up. Okay. That looks like a wolf. Wind is fine, so it shouldn't blow it towards us. The next concern, finding that bear. Where are you, Winnie the Pooh? And the concern beyond that is getting prepared to, it looks like, probably spend the night somewhere in the southwest. Maybe up on the hill, up on the cliffside. Yeah, wolf goes... Okay, looking clear. Looking very clear. And certainly this short bit is crossable, right? Surely. If I sprint? Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Okay. Okay, so... Yeah, easy, easy. We'll get to the end of the lake, maybe pop a decadent char there, and then we'll head south. I think that's probably... that sounds like a good idea. No. We'll see if we can... We'll get to the end of the lake, we'll head south, we'll see if we can get up on that little island. Then we'll pop a char right about maybe here, and then we'll go across and just fill things out. Should be pretty straightforward. Famous last words, of course. If I was a bear, I would definitely not be here anymore. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about the bear situation. Or lack thereof, as the case may be. There's that little island we need to get on top of. I don't remember it being easy. I'm almost certain I've already checked that hunting blind. Yeah. Yeah, the map would not be so... That's a wolf. Would not be so incandescently lit up if I hadn't been there. And he's kind of close. So let's actually be a little bit careful moving quickly here. So is one wolf, is there two wolf over there, or is that just a tree trunk? It is hard to tell, but I think it's too wide to be a wolf. Too wide and not moving enough to be a wolf. Okay. Good. That is a very good situation because we might need to go that direction. I think those trees over there are a good place for a charcoal. It should get that little corner that's poking out. Yeah, I hear him up in those hills. Something way far behind. Okay, now the question is the only way up to that middle area over that bridge. It may be. It may be. I think that there's a walkable gap over there. Let's put this charcoal down over on this little peninsula first. And then we can move on. Crows. Crows just doing their thing. Okay, interesting. I suppose I should have seen this cave from far away, and I think I might have. But I didn't pay much attention to it. Okay. Alright, so the broken shortwave is way farther south than I thought it was. How happy people beginning when they're... And that actually is not the worst. How happy people beginning when their favorite YouTuber uploads, not knowing that their head is going to be ripped off their body and wrapped around a tree while the rest of the body is burnt. That is very morbid. And also this, I thought that was a person body, but it turns out this is a bear cave. Bear cave with no bear, which is my favorite kind of bear cave, actually. Although you've got so many of these creepypastas, I've got to wonder if you've got like some kind of list that you found, or if you just have some AI generating them for you. Because how could there be so many? It's something that is beyond human understanding. Surely we can cross here. Yeah. And surely we can get up that little gap in the rocks that I saw. You're taking unknown green liquid. Well, I think it's called flubber. Based off of the film with... Oh, what was his name? Oh, that is a wolf. That I probably should have known was here because I heard him a woo earlier. I wonder if he can go across that bridge. You're okay. You are A-okay, buddy. What is that actor's name? Robin Williams. Flubber with Robin Williams. Okay. Alright, show me your best pathing, buddy. Show me what you got. Okay, why does your pathing have to be so good? Is there anywhere I can go that he... Oh, you know what? I think we might be able to give him the runaround. We'll lure him over to this side. And then we'll take a wide path around to the left. As long as we get him far enough away from the bridge. Actually, at the same time, there is a memento thing here, isn't there? Is he still chasing or did we lose him? I don't think he's still chasing. Interesting. Memento cache. If there's a memento cache, we might just have to fight this guy. Because we have 2 scent marks. I think we're just gonna have to fight this guy. Yeah, come on. I want to see what's in that memento cache, if I can even find it. Huh. And another broken arrow. Very unfortunate. What's our arrow situation? Well, I suppose that was the only other partially used arrow. Alright. Decent amount of meat. That's okay. And that sounds a lot like a blizzard rolling in. All that wind, at least. It's just wind, though. Okay, so we can... Yeah, we'll pop a char up here. If we have to, we'll go under this arch to find the memento cache, because certainly this is the arch, and the memento cache must be just north of it. Either on the ledge here, or underneath, or somewhere. But I don't see it so far. I actually don't see it at all. Maybe it's that little nub right there. I don't know. Okay, well, at any rate, we'll head over to these cedars and we'll pop a char. It looks like we can get over to the shortwave staying up here high, and that's good. That is very good. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Eat, drink, and be merry. In that order. Okay. You know what? We might actually have to sleep in that bear cave. If this wind doesn't let up. Our clothing is good, but it's not so good that we can just completely ignore the cold for an indeterminate amount of time. First order business. Check underneath the arch. Second order business. We'll head up that path to the shortwave and then around. That should lead us all the way around here to the Spence family residence. If we can hop down. I think the hop down is somewhere over here. Ooh, that sounds like a new blizzard noise. Please just let me... Actually, let me think. We don't have any more charcoal. There's the bear, so we can't sleep in the bear's den. Because I think he's coming back. Yeah, he's heading this way. So let's take a quick peek down below. See if we can find that cache. If we can't find the cache, be salty. If we can find the cache, take whatever we can carry, and then head back. Yeah, surely it's not hiding in a little cubby over here. I don't think so anyway. No, no way. No way. It's got to be underneath. It must be underneath here somewhere. Unless, again, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a memento cache that was somehow invisible or inaccessible. It wouldn't be the first time. Alright, so this is nothing. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Oh. Wow. Okay, so that's like just one tiny little pixel. And it's also super shitty. An emergency stim and an MRE. That was not worth... I mean, I might as well pick up everything, right? But I do not need that accelerant. Alright, that was garbage. Let's head back before the bear gets here. That was actual hot garbage, especially since there was another thing in there and it destroyed it before I could pick it up. Oh, that's not the bear, is it? Ooh, okay, we get to be a little bit quick here. A little bit quick. Where's the gap? Just follow the footsteps. Follow the footsteps, find the gap, get safe. Here we are. Okay, that's very good. To the point where, if I wanted to spend another 24 hours cooking food, I would hunt that bear. But I don't. And so I won't. I'm trying to think. As long as we are in a windbreak, we're warming up. Actually, we're just warming up, period. I guess we have some pretty good windproof clothing. But it looks like if we go around this ledge doing charcoals, I suspect it won't... We'll be going around here. I suspect it won't fully fill out this middle area. We might have to cut back north on the way back. But the current goal is to end up at that Spence residence. Somewhere this direction. Okay. Where, oh where, do we pop our charcoals? Yeah, that looks like it, I think. I suppose we can do the first one up here after this, after we go across this tree trunk. This conveniently located fallen tree trunk. You know, looking at the geometry here, I actually think I can make a tree trunk like that in Blender. I don't know how to texture it yet, but it's only a matter of time. Oops. We wanted charcoal, not health coal. Yeah, let's just get a little bit higher. Little bit higher. This should do. No gaps to the north, no gaps to the north, fingers crossed. Nice. In fact, I wasn't even as far south as I thought I was. Okay. Well, that is a long ways to go, all things considered. Yeah, the forlorn muskeg here, it is pretty darn big. But it's also extremely open. And so as far as perceived size, it feels smaller than the bear is following us. How did the bear get up here? How did the bear get up here and why is it following us? Okay, we need to be careful here. Okay, that was probably mostly a waste. Next charcoal will pop at the shortwave radio. Just because the bear walks slowly, but when it's this windy, I walk slowly too. So we don't have... If we keep popping unnecessary charcoals, the bear will definitely be catching up eventually. And probably not in that long order. This is reminiscent of the campaign. I remember getting attacked by a bear twice here at this short range. This shortwave radio tower. Incredibly rude wildlife. Alright, he hasn't popped over the ridge yet, which means we still got a decent amount of time. Alright, anything other than some rabbits? Not really. Maybe, is that firewood? No. Ah. Birch sacks. Oh. That is a wolf chasing a rabbit, and we are going to third party this guy. And he ran. Very inconvenient. Very inconvenient. Especially if he gets brave and starts throwing aggro on us. Well, I didn't know that there was a wolf here. I suppose it's more convenient that we found him that way than we found him some other way. And I think he found another rabbit to hunt. Yep. Let's find a buddy. Should be just on the other side here. Yeah, there we go. And... pop. Alright. Now I'm feeling good about this location being safe, at least until the bear shows up. Take that arrow. Is this a deer? No, not a deer. I didn't mean to say deer. Is this a rabbit over here? I think this was also a hunted rabbit. Yeah, it is. Okay. Under the shortwave, pop a char. Make sure the bear is not slowly sneaking up behind us, because that wolf did delay. It did indeed delay us. But I don't see the bear, so pop. Show me the goods. Okay, not bad, not bad. I think we're still hugging map edge here. Good. That is very good. Still no bear, huh? We have, 1, 2, 3, a decent chunk of wolf meat. Let's get just a little bit more meat. Worst case scenario, we can dump all this at the Spence residence. Still no bear. Okay. And is that a cave? It is a cave. Okay. Let's hit the cave. I think we'll stay there tonight. Yeah, that's a good idea. Which also means, also another sapling over there, which also means, I believe, we can probably finish harvesting that wolf, at least the meat. I have a decent chunk of food to drop at the Spence residence, in case for whatever reason we need to head back there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Surely the bear can't walk all the way here. Surely. And surely this isn't the bear's own cave, because that's down on the water. Oh, unless... oh no, I was worried that this was bones, but I think it's just a whole person. Yeah, that's just a whole person. Good. That is a very good development. Alright, what you got? Pinnacle peaches. Show me the money. Skint. Absolutely skint. Okay, so... first order of business is drop a bunch of the stuff so we can move a bit quicker. Even all the water. Second order of business. Let's finish harvesting that wolf, bring him back, maybe even... that wasn't a bear, was it? No. Maybe even, what's our firewood situation? Coal and a few sticks. We might need to break down one of these tree branches. Yeah. Yeah, we prefer a fir limb in this case, but a cedar will do as well. These both look like cedars. Cedars are usually the gray side. Yeah, and that's gray too. Fir limbs are more of a dark mahogany brown. Cedar. Alright. Those are probably cedar too. Surely the trees wouldn't be mixing. Alright, where's our buddy?
Something is sapping my energy.
Where's our friend? There he is. And... is that the top of the bear I see over there? It is the top of the bear that I see. Okay. We'll harvest here. Hopefully he can't move that far in 15 minutes. I hope. Bear, be slow, please. Please be slow. Please be slow.
Heavy.
Okay, he wasn't that slow, but he's also not that fast. Oh, that could have been bad. That could have actually been bad. Now, on the downside, we don't have the 45 minutes it's going to take to harvest one of those tree limbs. Because the bear is too close. If only 15 minutes got him halfway here, 45 minutes would do more than the rest of the way. I think, though, that this is probably... actually, you know what we can do? We can sneak here and maybe break down this branch. Slow style. See what the bear does. Well, it didn't come this way. So let's just kind of back in over here. Start the fire at the cave entrance. Hopefully he won't walk through. But if he does... well, oh, there he is. If he does, I suppose we have to fight. But for now, I think we have enough fire to... if it works on him at all, I think we have enough fire to maintain while he's around here.
All right.
Alright. A bunch of these sticks. Not all. And one coal. Yeah, buddy is just coming this way. So let's get this on the road. Football. And football. Buddy, you really just gonna... he really is coming in this way, isn't he? Ooh, rockin' a hard place, kind of. Because I did hear the music change. Well, if we have to fight, I suppose it's not the worst thing in the world to have a bow that still works, and we do have a revolver. But if I was to shoot an arrow at him, it would be a high-quality arrow, and I'm kind of loath to lose one of them. But I'm more loath to get mauled by a bear. Definitely more averse to that situation. Oh god. Buddy came all the way to the entrance, huh? Okay, well, as long as he keeps going off. Cannot believe I menued just then. That was a bad idea. Maybe if we just stay sneaking. I'm being very quiet. Still heard a little bit of snuffling out there. Alright, what you got, bud? Where are you? You're not going to be right around the corner to jump scare me, are you? right? Surely not. Okay. Okay, looks like he kept going on to the south. As long as he's just passing and he continues to just pass. Yeah, there he is. It looks like he's walking off. With great difficulty. One single step at a time. But like I said, I'm not complaining if that's what it takes. Okay, I think we're probably safe, at least until he comes back. But what I'm hoping is that he does a circuit and he's not going to come directly back this way. Alright, we'll continue cooking. And now we did speed up about 10 minutes there. Make sure you didn't double back. Okay, no, I don't think he did. He did. Didn't? Did he? What's he doing over there? I think he might have doubled back. I think he might have. He definitely doubled back. Okay, back to the entrance of the cave. And let's just make extra sure. Yeah, stay on target. We don't need this. Haven't completed researching it. Well, what we can do is we can complete researching it. Because our skill is too advanced for this item. Now we can add it. Alright. Back into the cave. Into the depths of the darkness.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
It is the longest of darks. Welcome, satiated heel-fish and tiger. I'm currently being stalked by a bear, and my only hope is that the fire stops it from pathing all the way into the cave. That is my dream right now. Yep, there's Buddy. There's Buddy. You see, people sometimes think that. They sometimes think it, but let's just say the muzzle could use some work. Okay. Yeah, I feel like he's really trying to get in this cave because he keeps sort of twitching out when he walks away here. Okay, eventually, either this guy's gonna have to go or I'm gonna have to go. Someone's gonna need to do something about someone. Trying to think. Because last time he barely left and he came back. I'm only worried what happens when this fire goes out and I'm trying to sleep in this cave. Because that is kind of a bad situation to be in. To be honest, this is extremely similar to the situation that happens during the episodes. I don't know if you've played The Long Dark before, but I played the episodes, I don't know, a couple months ago or something. And I was mauled by a bear here twice, like almost in this exact location. Okay, is Buddy leaving? Well, he went that way last time too, and he's already coming back. Buddy is already coming back.
Just disappearing.
What am I going to do about this? What am I going to do about this? Do I just put the fire on for as long as possible, as long as I have firewood, and then hope against hope that I can just sleep in the back of the cave and he doesn't bother me? I'm not entirely sure what the strategy is here. For now, let's see if we can just get him to leave again. Oh, man. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious indeed. Okay, well, there he is again. What you gonna do, bud? What are you gonna do? You're gonna walk away again, huh? There is an alternate possibility. I want to go south, and so it's kind of extremely inconvenient that he went south just now. We could wait until he's far enough away, and then head north. We could head north around here, and then do some kind of a loop or something. But at the same time, we're kind of stuck in this cave because our fatigue is non-existent. It is very much non-existent. Oh, Buddy is not as far away as I was hoping. Alright, and how much meat do we still have to cook here? 4, 5, 6... Probably around 6 kilograms. Yeah, if we were just cooking straight through, we could do it. Easy. Hum diddly drum. Where's Buddy? Yeah, he just kind of goes somewhere over there and then eventually he turns around, which... No, he hasn't turned around yet. It's hard to tell. What to do? Oh, what to do? Alright. Here's a ballsy plan. We cook this all the way through. We peek to see what he's doing. Okay, he hasn't turned around yet. This is promising. This is better than we've seen yet. So we cook some more. Yep, don't see him yet. Okay. Now this could be the mistake. Passing time here. Okay, I heard a wolf bark. Yeah, so there's a wolf hunting the rabbits over there now. That's fine. That's not my problem. And hopefully a wolf over there means there's no bear over here. Okay. Okay, I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling... Well, let's not say good about this. I'm feeling better about this. Need to cook some of this water. Some of this delicious hydration. And do we dare? Yep, looking good. Feeling good. 36 minutes. What can we cook with 36 minutes? I'm feeling really confident right now. Not enough. We can cook. If we had a pot or a cup, we could cook in it. But we don't, so we can't. Alright, so...
It's starting to weigh me down.
That's fine. Pick up all this stuff. Go a little bit farther back into the cave. Just to make it maybe a little bit harder for Mr. Wolf out there to smell us. And then we pop a quick 12-hour nap. The fastest nap in all the land. The fastest 12-hour nap in all the land. And hope we don't wake up with something nibbling on us. Alright, what's the word? The word is terrible visibility outside. Definitely not a good thing. Especially because I'm trying to do some surveying over here. Very rude of Mother Nature to throw all this fog our way. Actually, this visibility is horrendous. To the point where I am completely okay just burning time, hoping for better weather. Absolute waste of calories. Bear Grylls would be ashamed. But if you gotta do it, you gotta do it. And sometimes you gotta do it. And this is a time where we gotta do it. Still, play solitaire with myself. Oh, there we go. That's very nice. That is quite nice. Okay, so we head south. We hope that sometime over the night, Winnie the Pooh has vacated the premises. And we also hope that that wolf... No, that's a rabbit. I definitely heard a bark and a rabbit getting hunted last night before we went to sleep. So let's just be a little bit careful. Just a bit careful. On the plus side, I don't see anything. I also don't hear anything, which are my two favorite things to not do. All right. Yeah, no bear. The rabbits over there are not panicking, so the wolf isn't up on this plateau. That's very good. Which means I think we made it through. I'm pretty sure we made it through. My suspicion is that the bear does a big circuit around this area of the map. And I think we caught him on the pass from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock. That's when he caught up to us, and now he has passed. Hopefully, we have a bunch of time until he comes back. Now, if he turns around and heads back north, that would be a problem. That would be a problem. But until then, we can just hopefully do some surveying in peace. And I want to go... No, that looks too steep to stand on. So I suppose we could do it here and see what we can find. Let's do a sneak survey. Okay, not the best, not the worst. We can definitely hit one more before we get to the Spence residence. And also, let's not forget this beautiful birch sapling. We're about to cut it down in its prime. Oh yes. Show me the goods. Fantastic. Okay. Where are we exactly? So the edge is north and we want to go this way. Okay, so there are two open questions. One, where did the bear go? And two, how many wolves are loitering around the Spence residence? Usually the answer is a lot, but if the bear just headed down this way, surely there couldn't be too many. Surely. For example, I don't actually see any in the fields over here. Never mind. Never mind. They are right there at the edge. So, that's not great. Definitely not great. But it could be worse. Downside being 3 scent marks. 3 scent marks is kind of a lot of scent marks. It's kind of a lot of scent marks to the point where I don't actually know how far away I have to be for them to start stalking. I kind of get the feeling that I'm already pushing the range limit. And if I go too much farther, they will actually come. Alright, Papa Chard, this is probably too far across, but it should be okay. Actually, that's kind of exactly where I wanted. Okay. Oh, hello, where did you come from? Well, he's hunting us. Let's deal with this. It's gonna kind of be a waste. Ooh. I don't think I'll be bringing his meat down. We'll see. And pop. The rare unicorn wolf. Okay. Anyway, let's see if this is a shortcut. Or something. Perhaps a way around the estate. Uh-huh. I'm not sure if this looks promising yet or not. There may be a way past these rocks in a little valley, but I'm not yet convinced. I'm suspecting this is a dead end. And yet, it looks like there is a way through. So is it through and to the right and across, or is it through and down? It looks like it is through and across. Okay, where in the actual heck does this go to? Okay, that's probably the last charcoal we need here. Let's take a quick peek around this corner. Oh, hello. This is a prepper cache. Kind of a shame we didn't just get that on the map with that charcoal. I was really only expecting a shortcut around those wolves. But you won't see me complaining. In fact, with this prepper cache, it might actually be worth it to go back and harvest that wolf. These places are just bombed out. That's fine. Alright, let's check inside. Check inside the house. A tiny little house with the airlock door.
I need to drop something.
Okay. Unfortunately, I dropped the storm lantern. On the plus side, this place looks empty. Cardboard box, pillow, bed. Yeah, this place is basically empty except for cardboard boxes. Okay. The one thing I don't want to miss is perhaps there's a note on a wall somewhere. Some kind of memento note. So we'll just scan the wall with a quickness. I don't see anything. Everything looks similarly brown and dark. Unless up here and to the left, is there anything? What could it be? Could it be just the cardboard box? Or what could it be? Yeah, I guess just nothing. No, just to make sure. Just to make sure, let's just pop a match, as much as I hate to do it, and get complete visibility here. Okay, nothing. Nothing. Candy bar. Take that. Not that it was worth the match. Bed, that's fine. And you are nothing. I guess a match for a match is fine. So it wasn't a complete loss. But it was kind of a useless cache.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Alright. Useless to the point where I won't even bother harvesting that wolf to bring him down there. Or to bring him into the cache. But what I will do, is I think we're going to have to do it anyway. Yeah. We'll harvest this guy. The Spencer estate is downhill. It shouldn't be too painful to walk it. Oh. Pick up. Actually, the venison too. First we get the venison, then we get the wolf, then we get the house. There we are. Okay. Only 0.8 of a kilogram. I mean, it's like a little bit more than a pound of meat, right? Where's our wolf? Wolf is this way. Yeah, downhill is manageable. And if this hill here is small enough to survive going down, yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Just listening for the little pitter-patter of paw pads and not hearing any, which is always a good thing. And only 4 kilograms here. Okay. Okay, that's good. As long as it's not too many. Yeah, a bunch of over by the residence.
This load for much longer.
And we have 3 scent marks. So once we get anywhere close, buddies are gonna be coming this way. I don't even think there's an interior to the residence here to hide in. Just stick there. Don't need it. Yeah, I think these guys will just come straight in. We may need to just handle them. Yeah, but this is the goal location. Actually, we're going to need to head north to fill out that little black spot on the map. So one way or another, we are going to have to handle these guys. I wonder, does one of you have a basement? You don't look like you have a basement. Although you probably also have geometry. Oh, the wolf couldn't handle. Oh, so these guys were really hunting, huh? I don't think I'll be able to get into one of these houses. Unless, perhaps here. That's gonna be a no. Okay, so... Alright, new plan. We walk this guy around, and we try to get into that barn thing. I hope he went around to the right. But he may be stuck on the house. I think he ended up going around to the left. Unfortunate. But we just need to be a little bit careful not to get too close, I hope. I do hope. Oh, closer than anticipated. That looks like a hacksaw. Let's put a pin in that. We can check that later. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think we can outwalk him here. It feels like a thing that should be possible. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks like a forge. One of the 2 that I'm sure of, and perhaps 3 that I've heard of. Oh, certainly you can't walk up here. Surely. Surely this is not allowed. There's actually a lot of good stuff here. Starting with revolver ammunition. And continue with revolver ammunition. Alright, are you just going to loiter outside that wall? Well, if you are, I'm going to read this note left behind. Do you see the stars? Do you see that you are there? It's a fault of the mind to perceive separation. The same fault creates time. Look around, observe. Your father was trying to preserve what we have. The boxes hold the seeds of the universe. Breathe deep and persist. Fix that goal in your mind. Concentrate on a single flower. You'll feel that warmth on your cheeks again. This is just a signal from beyond. It's just a passing cloud from another world. The songs of birds will fill pink skies. Remember, the weakest light breaks the deepest darkness. I think backer 4783 might have been on some edibles when he wrote that. Alright, so is Buddy just going to chill there? I think he might. So, what do we have? What kind of containers do we have here? First off, let's drop all of this uncured gut. We do not need this at all, and it's just making us smell it. It's not curing though, but that's fine. That was expected. Scrap metal, fine.
the
Search the
good
boxes, fine. Matches, I'll always take them. What have we got here? This is Storm Lantern, don't need it. Simple Parker, don't need it. You are Work Glove, don't need it. Coal, eh. Take it or leave it, honestly. Scrap metal, take it. Here, fishing tackle, take it. Yeah, hey bud. Yeah, try getting up here. That's what I thought. Why are there no 3 of them? Well. Now there are 4 of them. This is something of a sticky pickle, isn't it? What do we want to do here? We have the arrows, but do we want to waste the arrows? I feel like they'll start running away if I... Pansies. Alright. What can we do? Oh no, this is the forge, so what's this back here? I guess that's just some kind of an engine. Well, let's think here. There's more coal, more coal. Workbench, we'll keep that there. I want to find eventually one workbench breakdown, but not that one.
I could use this.
I'll take the coffee. Take the scrap metal. Do a quick peek, make sure this is nothing interesting. It's not. And before they come back... Yeah, that's nothing. Before they come back, let's get back into our defensive position. Now this
stuff will come in handy.
Survive the outdoors, improves the fire starting skill. What is our fire starting skill right now? F is for fire starting. It's already max. Don't need that book. Here we got some simple tools. Take these, and really they're only useful on the workbench. A ton. I mean like a ton of firewood here. Lots of reclaimed and lots of just pure logs. And that's a wolf noise. Please let me up here before the wolf comes close. Okay. Now we're safe. Yeah, buddy, get out of here. Get out of here, buddy. Nighttime. I guess. Yeah. This shouldn't be indoors. So I think we could call this a storage spot. Yeah. And what can we do? We can toss meat in here. Probably the cooked meat. We can bring most of the cooked meat. We can bring any of the raw meat and cook it on the way back. In fact, we might even cook it tonight. There's not really much of a fire pit here, but at the same time, what's the chances that we really run out of wind cover? All right, still 3 scent marks. We can drop pelts. Oh, of course we have 3 scent marks. We're carrying a bunch of raw food. All right, what is our firewood situation? 2 sticks and some coal. Let's start a fire and get cooking. I'm hoping that these guys will be scared away by the fire. We do need, and we'll keep the coal for other purposes. Let's start with the fir firewood. We can break down some of these boxes. Reclaimed wood is garbage, but if you don't need to bring it anywhere, then you might as well use it. Alright, first order of business. Cook water. And get that... Here we go. And get that water repository going. Second order of business. How long do you take? An hour and 30 to break down. And I bet,
Feels
you know
like
what?
night is coming.
The wolf might burn in an hour and 30. Be quick about it. And yes, okay. It barely doesn't burn.
All this
Barely.
air is slowing me down.
And I need to keep a full kilogram of wolf. And head over here. And we can break down you by hand. Oh, you know what? I forgot to feed the fire. Damn. I always forget to feed the fire. Well, at least these things didn't completely burn out and get burned. All right. Kind of a risk on that match with the reclaimed wood, but I'd rather keep the one stick. All right, here we go. Add fuel. Now we have mad reclaimed wood. And that is plenty. An absolute gracious plenty. Let's go. Let's get cooking. Trying to think water-wise, about how much should we really need? 6 kilograms extra. 6 liters extra of water ought to be plenty. And we've only got 3 wolves, huh? Well, honestly, we've got plenty of cook time here.
Too heavy to carry.
I think we double up, or we do half and half. Half wolf, half water. And that should be way enough. And that wasn't potable. I picked it up too soon. Yeah, and here we go. All right, 9 minutes. There we go, and boiled. Okay, plenty of water, plenty of meat. Yeah, 10 liters. Way more than we need here. Okay. Almost 3 liters ought to be enough to handle us until we finish this survey and head back to Mystery Lake. Okay, I think we sleep till morning. How much food do we have here? That should be good. Okay, sleep in the bed. We can... Actually, 9 hours will put it till probably a little bit after noon. Which could be good weather. The sun will be good. Will the fog? Please cooperate. Okay. Could be worse. But again, could be better. Only 1 cent mark. That's decent. Take the char. Actually, charcoal. No, we can take the char. Alright, we're heading north hard. We might... Yeah, we're just heading north hard for now. Trying to get to that bit. So maybe we pop the charcoal inside one of these busted out houses.
Drink.
If we can get there. I'm hoping Buddy ran away far enough that he can't smell me. 2 deer. We don't need 2 deer over there. Now, this is probably not enterable, right? At least I would guess. Yeah. Could be better, could be worse. What do we got? Firewood? Ooh, coal. Good to know. And some drawers. I do not need any clothing from these drawers. Even work pants. Even coal, I don't need it. Because we've got 4. Which is probably overkill, but coal is light enough. Let me on. Let me on. Oh, hello. What are you? Ooh, interesting things here. Well, if they weren't empty. Antiseptic and water purification tablets. The two most useless pieces of medical kit that I could imagine finding. All right, where do we need? We need, yeah, right about in the middle here should be perfect. So, pop a char and hope that wolf doesn't get any closer. That, I kind of want to go a little bit over to the left there. But I don't know if the map will be so accommodating. Looks like we're heading this way. It may not be so accommodating. In fact, I'm almost certain it won't be at this rate. I suppose this is... well, no. Kind of want to fill that out. Let's check this area here. Slurp, chomp. We should be walking faster now. Alright, what are all these about? A bunch of toxic waste canisters. Take the scrap metal, because that I can use at the Ricken. Fire barrel, don't need it. Cedar firewood, don't need it. Anything out back here? Alright, what's our plan? If we can get across and around, that'll do it. Which I believe looks very possible. Yeah, I think that's the plan. We definitely can't go straight across there. Ain't no way. In fact, even parts of this might be a little risky. Okay, that's deer. Deer mean we're safe. This is risky. I'd rather go across here on the right where there's actually some... honestly, how deep could it be there if there is land poking up here? But I don't trust it. Okay. Deer, oh dear. Yeah, head around to the left, pop one down there, and pop one kind of up there. And then we can head back into Cairn. Ian's Remorse Cairn. I guess Ian tried to cross that lake. And is remorseful because it didn't work. Yeah, this should be pretty chill. As long as we don't run into that bear again. 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 Okay. Yeah, it was a very good idea to drop all of those skins and guts to only have one scent mark. Guarantee you that's the only reason the wolves didn't hunt me when I was going over the docks. But we are getting a little bit close here. Well, not so close. I don't really see them anywhere. Not anywhere that's concerning as far as getting to me is concerned. Yeah, I don't see them. Let's get onto these little islands here. Yeah, we'll get onto these little islands and we'll pop it. That should do for anything we need in the south. Oh. Let's go around. Around the thin ice, please. Please and thank you. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be completely safe, he says. Whatever that little blob is, it looks kind of suspicious, but I don't think I care enough to check it out. Probably just a deer or something. Alright, right here. If I can please get on the land, please. Just tiny little shin. Alright, fine, here. Alright, that's good. That's set. Okay, that is a deer carcass over there, which I do not care about. Don't care for it one bit. And heading up, I see. So there's going to be a fat, and there's going to be a tiny, and there's going to be a bit. And we want to do it on the tiny. So we'll go over this. Yeah. We'll go over this piece of island, and in the middle of the next island over, that's where we pop it. So close. I can almost taste it. This is pretty much the last thing that I would care to survey in the map. It only took who knows how long to get here. Okay, now, surely that looks like a small enough distance to traverse without it being thin ice, right? Surely. I think so. Actually, I'm less confident now. But I guess we're okay. As long as we make it halfway. This is it, everybody. This is the final charcoal that we need for the final bit of the final. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm pleased with this. All right. Let's head back to the camp office at Mystery Lake, and we'll call it there. For anyone who's still hanging around. Now, don't leave too early. If you do, you're going to miss me getting mauled by a bear, as I'm sure is going to happen on the way back. Seems like a typical thing that would happen to me. And next time the goal is to verify that there is indeed a forge on the shipwreck of the Ricken. If there is, that is very... Hello. What are you? I thought you were going to be more interesting. But again, I'm never going to complain about a magnifying glass. So the next order of business for next time is we're going to find out what's at the Ricken. Actually do a proper job of looking into it. Like I apparently didn't do the 2 other times that I went there. And then we're going to start the challenges. There's a few more than a handful of challenges, and I kind of want to see if I'm good enough to do things in... If the challenges have difficulty, I want to see if I'm good enough to do them in the interloper difficulty. So we'll see about that. Alright. I would love to see a bear on the left here. Bear on the left means it's not our problem. Bear on the right... Bear on the right means it is our problem. But so far, I've got no bear. I've got no bear whatsoever. I suppose that's the second best thing. Okay, I think we're... Well... I think we should be good to get out of the muskeg at this rate. We're on the train tracks. Really, how much could there be in between us and Mystery Lake? Now, the only problem is at Mystery Lake, there's at least 2 or 3, probably 2 different locations on our walking path there that there could be wolves. And those wolves in those 2 locations are sneaky hidey wolves that will pop out from the tiniest little hills and attack you, which isn't great. Definitely not great. Me up and up. Okay, we continue. That is that a bear or is it a tree trunk? I think it's a tree trunk because a bear would have moved by now. Yeah. All right. Eat and drink as much as possible. Why? Because that means we can be lighter and walk faster. Also because who wants a rumbly in their tumbly? It's not great. Yeah, fog like this is a little bit concerning, but it's not so thick that we can't see problems before problems see us. Got some kind of a deer carcass over on the left. Not my problem and not my interest. So we're walking right on by. Yeah. I suppose we can also check inside this train car to see if I have left anything behind there. I probably didn't, but it's good just to check. Alright, we got a bedroll. How broken is it? Completely busted bedroll. And empty containers. There is nothing here. Okay. So we'll continue on. Walking on and on and on. Yep, there's our bear. There's Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, I knew it. I didn't know he walked all the way over here. Wow. That is a ways out of his way. Almost literally the other side of the map from his bear den. Let's keep moving. Keep moving, even if he turns back this way. We're near enough to being past him that he can't catch up. Not with these legs. Yeah, no, we're good. We are set. Even this area we've surveyed. We are very set. Yep, caw, caw. Caw. Wow. Plenty of daylight to get back. Definitely plenty of daylight. Alright, so fog is fine. Blizzard is not fine. But we don't have the wind for the blizzard, and we don't have the snow for the blizzard, so there's at least couple of weather steps we need to go through before we worry about that. And even then, honestly, by the time we get into the tunnel, even if a really strong blizzard whips up, we're close enough to base. We're close enough to that way station that we could get there. Alright, so this is, at this point, basically free to get back. Basically gratis. Yep, I remember that. Making that campfire before I had such strong clothing. Okay. Now, first wolf location is going to be right on the left here. Well, is going to be directly on the left here. Just over this ridge. But I don't hear anything. Now, if I saw anything, it would be too late. And the second wolf location is almost all the way to the camp office. That is a ways up forward. And again, they'll be, if they're there, somewhere on the left. So maybe let's even ride the middle of this hill so we can get eyes on first from far away if we need to. So far, so good. This bit walking to the camp office, eventually there's going to be a chunk, not a chunk. These power lines one of them is going to split off to the right, and that's where the camp office is. It always is farther away than I remember. Okay, nobody on the left here, huh? I think we should be okay. So I'm just waiting for that visual cue. And one day we'll see it. One day. Yep, there's Buddy. So it looks like there are 3 places. There's one directly across from the office, one here at this gap, and one over where Buddy is. So let's try to skew to the right. Hopefully he'll be more to the left. And with any luck, not that I get luck, with any luck, that one scent mark. Actually, we already routed him. As long as we can move quickly. Yeah, he ran over to the left. Okay, we should be good distance-wise. Even if he does start hunting us, he'll be behind us. Yeah, and this is where the power line breaks off. And he was there. Deer was there. Who knows? Rabbit was there. Who knows why he wasn't hunting? Some things are not meant to be understood. We are almost back. All right, here we go. Home away from sweet home from home. Because this is like, I'd call it a quaternary base. I think there are 3 other bases that I would prefer, that I would call more established than this one. All right, anything we can dump out here? Not really. And the food situation is still all right. All right, here's what we do. Go inside, grab the save.
Too much stuff to carry.
All right, so we got the save. Let's call it here. Next time will be the final tail end dregs of the survival mode, and then we'll check out some of these challenges. Like these guys. Whoops. Didn't mean to double click. These guys. Okay. All right. Once again, thanks for, I guess, watching if you have been. And as you've seen, I've been Yuchi and I've been trying. I'll see y'all on the proverbial flip side.